All right, it's go time, nerds. Knock that shit off. Let's party. Wow, how's it going, everybody? Welcome. How you nerds doing? Let me say hello to everyone. How you doing? Like, yeah, no, I came back from a big turnip event thingy, and boy, howdy is it cold. Let me say hello to everyone. How you doing, Jay? Congratulations on you first. How you doing, Steve? How you doing, Black Roses? How you doing, Matthew? Supremely nice. How you doing, nobody? How you doing? Oh, I gotta scroll through all your bullshit. How you doing, Burrito? Thank you for the sub. Thank you. I think we good. How's it going, everybody? And how you doing, Turtle Sages? There we go. Now we can get this bad boy on the road. How's it going? This is the first early Sunday stream. That is probably going to be a regular thing. Good day. It still cracks me up that apparently the I don't know if it's changing, but the Twitter algorithm supposedly is like, if you yell in all caps, you get penalized, which is buck wild to me personally. It's like such a weird thing to penalize anyone over. But oh yeah, you did get that fucked over because of some real life bullshit. Well, welcome back. Have a new brush. But yeah, hopefully you guys are having a good time. I feel appropriately rested and relaxed and everything. I think the Sunday was pretty good. Like the Saturday off stream and stuff like that. Yeah, I assuming that like there's probably some internal thing where they're like, oh yeah, if you're using caps lock, you're probably like spamming or something. But I don't know. It always kind of felt dumb to me. But yeah, this is an older kit. This is the G-Dubs Rhino because I don't think they ever bothered to update it. No, that's not true. There is a Deimos pattern Rhino. The Deimos patterned Rhino exists only in Horus Heresy, and it's functionally very similar. Like it's not even particularly a different size. That's also true. A lot of changes to like the way Twitter's algo works is because like somebody bullied him with it, or like somebody like usually, or like someone like Grimes broke up with him and made him sad again. It's that kind of inherent thing. Oh fuck! I'm still in the retro category. You're right. That's what you guys were saying. Hold on. Honestly, it would still be probably fine, but this is an older kit. But yeah, let me get the miniatures. I knew I was forgetting something. There we go. Good morrow, milady. Okay, that's I'm okay with that one. I'm okay with that one. How's you doing, Shastra? Welcome. I have I come back from, I basically did a big turnip event like for like 6 hours. It was like, the event was like a lot smaller than usual just because like it's that thing where it's like, if you do tabletop games and you play with people that are like college age, you always notice around like winter time, they're like, especially like mid to late winter, is everybody will just kind of drop off and just because of like final stuff, but you know that tracks. Turn up for what? Oh, it's turned down for what? But no, it was pretty good. I actually got to do the well, see, it's not a pun weakness. It's that like I like a pun that I don't feel like I'm going on a journey. I like a pun that is just like, it's here, boom, we good. Win bolt action models. I'm gonna be honest, bolt action models tend to be about as expensive as G-Dubs for something that appeals to me significantly less. Like, I don't hate history, and I would like to fuck around with some historical models more. But bolt action ones are just ungodly expensive for what they are. And I have not quite like that bug. I've not quite got that thing. For me, it's always like buying like $60 worth of metal infantry. No, it's not ADH brain rot. It's that like, if it's like the difference between like a snappy joke with a punchline or going like, I don't know, explaining something a whole bunch. See, Conflict 47, I also don't know if it's super played where I'm at. I did see that there was a store that sold some, but I don't know. How you doing, Ours? How you doing? Welcome. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest, it's very likely that like bolt action stuff and conflict stuff is just not really gonna be a thing I'm gonna fuck with like really anytime soon. I think that's pretty safe. It's like, not like I said, not a dislike. It's just that the resources I have to expend or something I'm kind of whatever. $1 trillion will buy me Mac. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, the G-Dubs tank range will be expensive, which is like, I get all my fucking Rhinos used, which is why I got all this. But yeah, conflict is G-Dubs for, How you doing, Manita? How you doing? How you doing? For me, it's like, I will see historical models that genuinely look pretty good. But I feel like whenever I see something specifically from the bolt action range, they always look really kind of goofy. And I know it's probably because a lot of them are more like traditionally sculpted and whatnot. But yeah, very, very, very likely not to happen. I do kind of want to fuck around with, what's it called? I do know that they're doing that, like, bolt action video game that is just like, hey, here's models, fuck you. Just like having like people on like little like 3D bases, like round bases and stuff like that, which I find that absolutely delightful. That's great for me personally. But how you doing, Oni? How you doing? That's not bad altogether. I'm sure it's like one of those things, like it's so like Infinity's like that, where it's like altogether buying a Infinity army is like not too bad compared to G-Dub stuff. But also by that same token, it's like I would still need to spend a couple $100. And the big thing I really like about minis is like kit bashing and whatnot. And like, once again, bolt action doesn't really offer me much there. But yeah, I don't know. Not super feeling it. Yeah, that's just like classical era games. Like Saga was like really cheap. And the grand scheme of mini stuff, Saga as a war game is incredibly cheap, which is very, very nice. Well, the thing is, if I'm doing that, I'm just using 3D prints or G-Dubs models for that. I don't need to buy like some like World War II British and make them a Nurgle guy. That's not super thick around there. Guess I could always touch it up later. It's not the worst. I'm forever in that era where I'm like still trying to get exactly how much like oomph out of sponging. So I'll probably I can touch up a lot. So it's not like the worst if I fuck up or whatever. Yeah, Napoleonics I'm not super interested. I think any era that has a saga like I like that kind of like, or like Pillage sounds like a really fun game where you're basically playing that, like it is a very saga era game. But you're like specifically like raiding medieval towns for loot. I'm like, that sounds like a lot of fun. That sounds fucking like a real fun time. And it's like skirmish size, so you don't have to go like super crazy for it. I'm like, shit like that sounds pretty neat. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, World War II was doing a lot of stuff. Or like Silver Bayonet is also really cool. So Silver Bayonet is a pseudo-historical war game where I think it's during World War I, basically, enough murder and bloodshed happens that a bunch of rifts are opening up. No, that's not World War. It's like, I think during the Napoleonic Wars, but it's like a bunch of rifts are opening up. And like, there's like extra ghosts and goblins and ghouls and zombies and whatnot are coming out. And like, you basically play like each country's like Secret Service agents dealing with that shit. Juggler. More like juggle. I know you're probably legitimately setting me up for a real game, but it sounds like a fucking like juggle my balls joke. How you doing, Noodles? How you doing? Yeah, there's, to be fair, a lot of like sci-fi fantasy stuff is like things were regular on Earth and then a big ass portal happened. Like that's how fucking like you know, the rifts in particular is very, very keyed off of that. Oh yeah, how you doing, Noodles? How you doing? I guess I'll say so. Yeah, that is unfortunate. At least like getting into Silver Bayonet a bunch doesn't require a lot of models. So that's not too bad, but yeah, that is sad that you're like, yeah, let's go play a game, and they're like, I'm out of here, bye. Yeah, but I need to make a war game called D's, and just like basically just make it for a setup for a joke like that, but then also make it like a really good war game, so people get really, really annoyed trying to explain it to people. There we go. So you found a bug in Darktide? Oh, shit. Oh, it's like one of those things that you fire the gun and then like your entire computer crawls. That's unfortunate. Hopefully that gets resolved. Hopefully. But Carnival has a sky hole too. Doom starts. Yeah, I think it's just because like it's like, you know, the other option is actually even Trench Crusade, actually, not to mention it. Trench Crusade's entire thing is that the Knights Templar open a gate to hell. Because like I think it's just the easiest way to take like, all right, this is the world we know. How do we just change it to a fantastical world? Things come in. Great. Nailed it. Like that's just like such a safe bet. Yeah, good luck with that. I was not aware until like recently that like all the RAM got super expensive. I got like 64 gigs of RAM, which is like, at least for right now, good enough that like I can definitely survive off of that. Especially because I mostly just stream and just like occasionally play like weirdo old games. Get like around here-ish. Basically, I'm trying to hit up the areas I already did a little bit of the rust. I might go back. I might go back and hit that up again. Which I think the smaller sponge was kind of... I'm fucking with that smaller sponge. Stab this man for blasphemy. that does sound about right. That does sound like a like church thing. There we go. Once again, this is one of those things that like my level of comfortableness with sponge weathering is very spotty, but I do feel like I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this quite a bit. Yeah, good old like I wouldn't do this for armor, but it's like it's a big ass fucking tank. Even if Rhinos in the grand scheme of 40k are small ass fucking tanks, it's still it's the bigger chunk of armor. So I think something like this totally works for me. Wait, if Europe sinks, then I lose all, you know, Mini Dell's going there and other people, and also all me minis games and whatnot. People generally forget about it. Oh yeah, this just set up for the big grand reveal. And how you doing, Chieftain Linguini? How you doing? Yeah, I'm painting the Rhino. Well, basically, I'm metal stippling it because I want this to look kind of chipped and funky. Which so far, chipped and funky seems to be working out pretty well on it. I'm basically just looking for little areas that I can just kind of hit this up with the fun little sponge. Fun little sponge. Really, I guess also because at the end of the day, this just needs to be tabletop ready, because I would like to use this for various games. Yeah, because Italy basically needed sinking Carnival so you could have all the cool canal fights and stuff, right? the Sogma expansion. And then we do the zombie outbreak expansion called Ligma. That's how you doing, Lunarwood. Enjoy your lurk, yo. But yeah. I'm also glad that everybody came early, because I know I've been doing like 9:30 Sundays for a while, but I dropped out of the D&D game that I was normally in during Sundays, and that's been like, I had a fun time when I was in there, but it's definitely like having the extra time to like, I don't know, have time for myself has been like a fucking godsend. Holy shit, that's been nice. It's too late to be streaming. No, wait, no, it's not. It's early. Yeah, that's also true a lot. Like, because like that time was not really picked out of the like. It was definitely like a time thing out of necessity. Used to coming early. Got him. I need to sponge. And maybe get on there, and I'll probably use a little bit of extra brown, just kind of touch that up a little bit. Basically looking for like funky little angles, and if oh, that's way too much on that one. That's not too bad though. I'll let that dry. How you doing, Bakaham? How you doing? The big Bakaham. My bad. It was a good run, Lana. It was a good run. I guess that makes sense. Avignon really is kind of like the like. I know there's a historical precedent for that kind of thing of the church of the popes in Avignon and whatnot, but that is kind of funny that they're like, well, we kind of have to now. This is no longer like a weird religious kind of quirk. We actually have to go there. That's fun though. Oh yeah. I don't know if Carnival's going to be a thing near me. Apparently, more and more people like. I put together that like very small warband for like Necropolis 28, and apparently other people in the region have actually been like looking for an excuse to play that game. So I might actually be doing pretty good. I might actually get a game of that. Oh, thank you. This is the once again for context. This is a Rhino I put together when I was making stuff for Thanksgiving. It was just like a little thing I decided to do. What if Hal plays Ace Combat? I mean, I've heard nothing but good things about the Ace Combat games over the years. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I know what game. I know I also said that I would stop playing series, but I think I need to do a series. I think what I need to do after Ripper, I had a fun little delve back into actually, this is actually like using this little fucked up brush is actually really good for kind of evening this out. I have to know something, everybody. I have to know something, and for that, I need to play a very specific series. I need to know what Half-Life does to people's brains. I need to understand what creates the kind of person and the cope that has lasted for so long. How you doing, Zetai? How you doing? I need to know. Like, I'm still fairly in the camp that, like, supposedly I keep hearing rumors that Half-Life 3 is supposed to happen, but was delayed because of, like, RAM cost increases because of AI bullshit. Have I seen the Reddit? I really don't go on Reddit too much. Or if I do go to Reddit, which I do for, like, there's mini game communities on Reddit, which is, like, a good place to post models. But I'm really not, like, browsing Reddit. Realistically, I would just kind of go back to the OG and just kind of work my way up. What do you mean becoming? They were the Silksong. Like, people have been wanting Silksong for, like, not that long in the grand scheme of things. Like, when did fucking Hollow Knight come out? Like, 2016 maybe? Something like that? I don't particularly know, but, like, it's not that long. Like, when people are like, Silksong Never Ever, there's, like, other, like, for Never Ever games that I would argue are way before that in the grand scheme of things. A red or draw. Like, I don't know, it's... I kind of, like, sometimes have to, like, fight, like, my inherent bias against Reddit, because there are people that, like, post minis and post rules and stuff, and, like, okay. It's like, I should do some of that, too. But, like... You'll see somebody like in like a 40k Reddit to be like, it kind of sucks that G-Dubs is doing a bad, like, this thing stupidly. And just like a bunch of people be like, fuck you, Games Workshop's doing best it can. I'm like, what is this? What is this? This is not the end. And then it's like, oh, people always bitching about G-Dubs. It's like, I don't know. Yeah. And you see that for other things too. Yeah. Oh no, listen, I can appreciate that games at the time. So for me, it's like, I understand conceptually that all of them were like both of those games, basically all the Half-Life 2s. All the Half-Lives were like pretty big revolutionary jumps in FPS games in terms of like storytelling and like map exploration. But I also know people who joined in later and still lost their mind. Like I said, I need to know what leads to the Half-Life 2 brain. I gotta get some more stuff out there. That's how you doing, Helman? How you doing? Welcome. I'm sorry, the Half-Life 3 brain. That's the brain. That's the brain wave I'm curious about. Oh yeah, I'm sure they're all overhyped, but I'm also sure they're pretty good. And like the thing is, like, I enjoyed Deus Ex when I played it, and by all accounts, that is a dated game. I don't mind dated games, you know. I grew up in that era, so like, I didn't have steady PC access when the Half-Life games were out, but I'm aware of what a game around that era is like. Oh yeah, Starfield's a thing. See, I've on your recommendation, I went to the Femcell Grippy sock jail, and it was less exciting than I was hoping for. I don't know what I was expecting, but I think I was expecting more for that. Am I wrong? I'm gonna be honest. After Fallout 76, I don't know why anybody trusted Bethesda with anything. I don't know why people still trust Bethesda. I don't know why people trust big game corporations. So, like, I was not surprised that this game is jank. I don't think most like AAA games come out without being entirely shit. How you doing, Spork? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, it is the kind of the natural progression of like the overpromise and the like kind of becomes busted. Like I also do wonder if they legitimately were like, you know, fans will fix this. Fans always fix it, and this time they're like, I don't know if I would fix this. It was a silly Reddit thing, to be fair. Like it was definitely goofy a little bit. I've been there. Yeah, see, I don't know. I now the rumors seem to be that it was going to be a Steambox like launch title. Like I don't know. I don't know anymore. I won't believe anything until I will not believe anything with that fucking game until it is like set with a release date and whatnot. Oh god, yeah, fucking Ubisoft, yeah. I'm sad because I do also remember when Ubisoft was just kind of like, yeah, like Prince of Persia and like, you know, some other fun little games, and then I would actually, I think I'd argue that Assassin's Creed changed them. It turned them into modern Ubisoft and all of its stuff. There. Did I try to do that? Oh, that's fine. I don't know if that was the right color I wanted on that, but that's fine. Okay, it looks like as far as like the weathering's going, it's turning out pretty good. I might actually go incredibly early into enamels with this, so I kind of expected this would be a bit more. I think I still need to do a little bit more with these and stuff like that, which I can do. How you doing, Big One? How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, just trying to be too much, trying to do too much and stuff like that. So, like, I don't know. Once again, I was not surprised when it turned out to be jank. I also generally, though, I'm probably a bad like person to ask about new games. I very much am like a retro player. Retro and indies really. Oh, I forgot to do the back. No, the back is gonna be a big deal. So make sure to just get. The big thing is I'm probably even just gonna go through all these and just straight up apply like an enamel, not enamel, like a dust powder and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. I think what happened is Mass Effect 3 broke my heart. Like, and I'm actually weirdly kind of thankful for it. Like, Mass Effect 3 broke my heart. After that happened, I could never really trust like a modern, like big budget, like over-promising game again. And I think I think weirdly that kind of did me good as a person. Like, I don't buy into the hype really. It's been nice. It's been nice. I think now they're just saying any big like live service game is Concord 2 because people are. I also do think after a while people like now kind of want these like big budget live service games to fail because they've kind of already got all the ones they want, you know. Yeah, well, it's because I think like RPGs, unfortunately, RPG mechanics are a great way to get like player investment. Like if you purely want to pad out hours, that probably is the way to go. Yeah. See, I don't know. There's like, cause like even growing up, I was never like the big like Maddens and whatevers. I used to remember though, like a lot of older video game magazines were really like, basically a lot of Japanese games would just get shit on for years. It was very very interesting the way Westerners treated Japanese stuff for video games and whatnot. But like, yeah, I would always look for these like really cool, like basically like 7, 8 out of 10 because I knew that they would be like neat and they would never get the recognition they wanted because they were just not like the big budget or like the big Western releases. And I don't think that ever really changed. I just think that those kind of games like either just entirely became JRPGs or just died off once like once the AA sphere really kind of died down. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, both of those games eventually got there, but they definitely had to, like, crawl their way back out, for sure. For sure. But, yeah. Was a horn. Oh, yeah, we got the, yeah, oh, no, to be fair, no, this guy does have a tongue. This guy does have a tongue on there, which I'm gonna need to touch up a little bit. There we go. I'm actually, apparently if I make it too splotchy and then I do that, like just take this incredibly, this was a size 3 brush at one point, and it is now basically like horizontal. Yeah, I mean, I've every time I've heard anyone who played Bloodlines talk about Bloodlines 2, it's legitimately the exact same thing. It is, hey, Bloodlines 2 is a good game, but it's a bad Bloodlines. It's a bad sequel to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. And like, sure, but motherfucker, I wanted Masquerade Bloodlines. Legitimately, Bloodlines is one of my favorite games. I think I've played it to completion like 2 or 3 times. It's like one of those like really cool RPGs like Deus Ex where you got like a lot of player freedom. You can like really do like builds and like people you talk to and the different clans and whether like do you decide to go for fucking like the like I actually don't know if you I can't actually remember if you can go a Sabbat run in that game, but you could do like Anarch and Camarilla or just fucking around. It's super nice. It's super nice. Star Citizen. Oh god, I kind of forget that Star Citizen's like a game. This is gonna sound dumb, but like legitimately for me, Star Citizen doesn't feel like that. Yeah, 120. Didn't somebody recently find like a really obvious like optimization fix in like Helldivers that basically cut it down to like 30 gigs instead of like 100? Usually I feel like the culprit's always like something to do with the textures. They're like not compressed properly or whatnot. But yeah, the Star Citizen's also just a baffling game to me. But I guess at this point, that one is 100% like a sunk cost thing. A little bit on the horns. It's actually another nice thing about taking yesterday off. I finished up my Gene Stealers. I finished up the guy I worked on Tuesday. So Saturday might actually now turn into me just kind of like getting a couple of models that are just like really, really close to being finished done, and I kind of fuck with that. What we got? So I think some of the flesh could use a couple bit more tints. I actually am okay with like the way the metal's looking on all the Rhino. How you doing, Starlit? How you doing? Welcome. Oh, really? Oh, okay. So that they just. Cause I think even like normies play video games off of SSDs now. Like that's such a like basic tech optimization now. Okay. Install any load. Although I think as far as like tinfoil hat goes, the idea that like big games mean you don't have room for other games. I think part of it is that, but I also do think there is some incompetence there as well. Or just like, you know, if you have it like. Here's the thing, if you have really tight deadlines, you just kind of go for the path that's quickest and works good enough. I've done that in my job at the guild before. Like, totally different stuff, but that's very much that, like, well, you've been told that you need to get something done, and they're not going to give you the time or money to get it done right, like, fully, correctly optimized to the best of your skill set. So you just get it as done as you can possibly do as an individual. Oh shit, your birthday! Happy birthday, yo! Are you joining all the cool kids in the Hag Club? Or are you still young? But yeah, congratulations, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You see. It's on its way to becoming a real game. You're 50. Hey, fuck yeah, let's go. Giga hag, hell yeah. Sometimes I forget, like, for the longest time, I was definitely, like, probably the oldest viewer, oldest person in my own streams. Now, very much, that's not true. Well, hell yeah, let's go. Don't say lich! Don't say lich! Look at you, I'm glad it sounds like you're having a happy birthday. Hell yeah, let's go. I would legitimately be baffled if Star Citizen becomes, like, a real playable game with, like, that's real and has gameplay and, like, you could see it. I don't believe it. I'm sure it will happen because I feel like after you put that much money into it, something has to come out. I'm not gonna say it's going to be a good game ever. Yeah, there we go, Steve. I guess you're number 2 now, in terms of being old. Yeah, let's go. Your face, buddy. Guess I need to do another dry brush on that. I've been really dry brushing a lot. Dry brushing has really just kind of felt right as of late. I've been enjoying it. See, one of these days, it's on my bucket list. It's on my bucket list to genuinely play Rogue Trader. Okay, so there's like some merit to like. See, I always wonder though, like if you weren't in on the Kickstarter and you don't like, I don't know, you don't own a law firm, like aren't you just gonna kind of miss out a lot? Like, cause there's like a kind of like a real money component to like ship ownership. That's kind of how I always felt about EVE Online, where it's like do I really just want to be just like piled around a ship bucket for like eons until I crawl my way out and have actual fun? I don't know. It's like, at least for me, reading about EVE sounds about just as fun as playing EVE. I mean, okay, that's true. Reading about EVE feels like a lot more entertaining than playing EVE. Where it's like reading about all the like the cool big wars and the betrayal and whatnot. I mean, just because every ship is craftable doesn't mean it'll be like reasonable to craft. I don't know. A little brighter now. Got a couple little areas where like I can still see some ship poking out. Oh, I think I actually just need a brush for that. I think I do like a proper brush. Is it fun? Okay, that's good then. I mean, I guess I'm just kind of like, for a while it was sort of like the punching bag of like, are you fucking serious? In terms of like money, but if it's like a genuinely fun game that people can play, without like, you know, like mortgaging their house, that's, you know what, that's legitimately good on them. I will give credit where credit is due there, for sure. Better bits. I think I need to get like all the flesh like this, but I think if I can get like the bigger outer lumpets. Just to hit up any areas I'm just like missing some shit. I keep feeling like the flesh is a little flat, but also like in order to add extra bulk to it, I would need to effectively reapply a bunch of paste, and I just don't think it's feasible at this stage. So I'm willing just to be like, this will be good enough. Once again, I just need a Rhino. And a rat fuck pirate. Hey, let's go. I mean, I think pirating always does feel like the dream of those, because like I know some people want to be like the comptroller in space, or just like I want to like fly around and maintain minerals and whatnot. But I think to a certain degree the joy and whimsy of wanting to be like, I mean, isn't that like, speaking about Assassin's Creed, isn't that pretty much why people think like Black Flag is like one of the best? Because they're like, yeah, no, this is one of the few games. There's like Sid Meier's Pirates, and then technically the that Ubisoft one. If you don't mind like a multiplayer thing, but it's like the actual like joyful fantasy of having like a big old pirate crew and whatnot. It's like weirdly, I feel like it's like weirdly not catered to in video gaming. So like I could see that. Love my copy. Wait, do you have a copy of Star Citizen? Shit, okay. Everybody here is a big Star Citizen head but me, alas. I feel like, yeah, maybe, but what do you really need? You need a bitchin' ship, you need a bitchin' crew, and you just gotta feel like you're like meaningfully going across the set. I actually don't think it's that hard. I just think it's like, it's just kind of like something that like a lot of people don't think about, even though like pirates have been the fantasy for years, but I think it's been like always kind of like the fantasy of like a bad guy. So like you kind of have to do it right. Oh, that's like one of those like 4X games, right? Yeah, I'm vaguely aware of the Europa games. I think I could be totally wrong. Also, how you doing, Baconator? How you doing? Welcome. I also am very glad I cleaned up all my brushes. I cleaned up all of my brushes on Saturday, and like, boy howdy, I'm glad I did, because I really fucking... I just had my buff out. Where did I put it at? Let me... It can't have left my table. In hindsight, maybe. I don't know. Also, thank you for the sub. Thank you. How you doing? I am having... I feel good, actually. I feel like genuinely well... Oh my god, I tucked it behind like 3 paints. I do, Lego Man. I do be painting, yeah. Painting early on a Sunday, which is what I'm gonna... This is probably going to be the standard so far. I think, like, realistically, maybe every now and then there will be, like, a Saturday stream for, like, tabletop stuff, or maybe if I'm just feeling like an event. But otherwise, definitely this is going to be the new Sunday start time of, like, regular stream time. Legitimately, Hag Need Rest is real. Well, it's because, like, I was, genuinely spreading myself stupid thin. I was, like... Because, like, I sat down, I was like, I don't have a day of the week where I'm, like... relaxing, genuinely, because like I would either like, and yet like it feels like a real first world problem to be like, yeah, some of those games I'm actively playing, like tabletop RPGs or other things with other people I know, but it's like it's like it still felt like I was just like, I just don't have any time for me. Ugh. Tree topper, hey, let's go. Well, to be fair, I was only doing 4. I was only doing 4, but it's also like mostly just like the other TRPGs and stuff. I think like I've been eyeing other people's schedules, and a lot of people that I look up to and like seem to do pretty well are doing 3 a week who are like also hags. I'm like, oh, okay, this feels like a good like work and stream balance. So okay, I'll give that a go. And that seems so far that's been paying off pretty well. And to continue to get these lumpy buddies. Adding another stream? Probably not. I every now and then I will get into like calling it a rut is a bit much, but I do like I think like every now and then I'm like, I feel like I gotta change something up. I gotta tweak and some play around and see like, you know, like does the schedule stuff still work? Should I add another stream? Should I change what I'm doing? I don't know. Like technically, I would argue it's like healthy self-introspective things because I'm not like menharing about numbers screaming forever, but like, you know, still thinking about stuff like that, you know. Oh God, yeah. Bigfoot Festival, oh God. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, social obligations, even if they're like fun ones, definitely can be draining for sure. Also, I would love to go to a Bigfoot festival. Sounds magical. To be fair, some people are also just built like that. Some people do legitimately like need that constant go. And I'm very jelly because sometimes those people do seem to be like really active and neat creatives. And I'm like, man, I wish I had that. But it's also like one of those things is like, well, I don't. So I got to cater things around me. So far, it's been doing pretty good. I also got to like watch a Vtuber stream for the first time in a while, which was fun because I do still like Vtubers and Vtubing and whatnot too. I just very rarely get to watch other Vtubers as a Vtuber. I got to watch Karin, and she was playing very strange European kusoge because like that's just what she does. It was. God, there's a game called like Street Warriors. I do want to post a picture of that while I'm waiting for us to dry because the cover looks like fucking Alfarius and whatnot, like an Omegon. It's very great. Street Warrior game. There we go. It is certainly a game. This is certainly one of the most games of all time. It's kind of amazing. Yeah, I think it's just because, like, I think the Gaylord must have put a limit of, like... Because I think it's like they said, like, last year was, like, over 3,000. I think this year's being capped at 3,000. It was probably just too much for the hotel to handle. Yeah, like, look at this fucking game. It's like, what? It's like, weird budget Kusoge version of fucking, like, Def Jam. But, like, all the music is, like, really weird, like, kind of like early 2000s like European techno. It's really fun. Very Bach energy, yeah. Yeah, so maybe we'll do more and stuff like that. Oh, 40K, yeah. I mean, it's weird. So like I've played Total Warhammer a couple times. I think it's unfortunately one of those things that like I don't dislike it, but it requires a big time investment that I just have never been able to commit to it. Like I did like a couple of like runs of a Skaven run. I played a little bit with Lore Master of Sotek on stream. Like will I try the 40K version? I don't know. motherfucker, none of the Chaos factions, like, I mean, this is also the same company that did a Chaos Warriors, like day one DLC. So I'm kind of wondering if that's going to be the case, but like, fuck, man. I'm a Chaos boy. What do you mean there's no Chaos reps? I mean, I don't think the reps they chose are bad. Like Necron, Orc, Guard, and Space Marines are like, you know, all like venerable, like standard like armies. Still weird choice to not have any Chaos, but like Dawn of War doesn't even have Chaos either. So yeah, I don't know. What's the other fuck? Oh, no, fuck. Okay, sorry. I'm getting a little bit of Dawn of War 4 in my brain. Eldar are also, you know, also still a good choice. Like if Tau got in before Chaos, I would be upset, but Eldar are fine. Eldar, I'm like, yeah, no, you've done your time. You've done your time, Eldar. But yeah, I don't know. Conceptually, I think they're neat, but they're also one of those things that they're like infinitely long stream games, and I just don't know if that's going to be like entertaining to watch. Oh, they absolutely will release all these factions of DLC. Like, even though I didn't play much of the Total Warhammer series, I'm very well aware of their rodeo. I understand what they do. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. So yeah, like it's like I'm sure other VTubers will jump on that shit. I'm sure like I think like Aurelia would probably make sense to stream that as like a regular thing. I don't know if I will though, if I'm gonna be honest, because that would just take away time for me, Paige. Is that a good or bad thing? I don't know. We'll find out. How you doing, Dashif? How you doing? Welcome. Instead, I can just play Warhammer 40,000 on the tabletop with all my lads. It was actually really funny because I was like, I accidentally thought I double booked a 3rd edition game and the turnip event I was in. And the other guy was like, oh yeah, no, I knew you were going to be at the turnip thing. So I actually just like got another game of like 3rd edition. I was like, oh, thank God. I didn't want to be the dick that like stood someone up for a game. And it looks like we were all good. Let's go. A homeostasis. I also like that. You know, tonight you're on a pretty good run. I will say you're on a pretty good run. Yeah, 3rd edition 40k. That's to date, that's the only edition of 40k I've ever played. I know, bro. Oh God, yeah, I was legitimately feeling that super hard. I was like, oh no, I don't want to be an asshole. So I was like, legit, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to be the asshole. So if I felt like I'm going to be having a bad time, I decide to do the adult thing and reach out and be like, hey, did I double book? If so, my bad, and I'll try to find some way to rectify the schedule. And he's like, yeah, no, it's fine. Oh, Legerman, you're gonna be so upset. Guess what? The friend I play with, I got to play The Lost and the Damned. I've gotten to play The Lost and the Damned. In fact, the guy I was painting on Tuesday is a agitator for my Lost and the Damned warband. Oh God, yeah, no, today was like not too bad weather-wise, but then it got incredibly cold when I was packing up for turnip stuff. Also, Technomancers. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? I am working on Rhino. I do be working on my Rhino. Yeah, I'm assuming that it'll take I don't know. I do want my Chaos guys to be in there, but I'll wait on there. Oh, I'm very sorry. This is very much a Chaos stream. But hey, yeah, let's go. Tower pretty cool though. I like many people found greater love in Tau after reading Elemental Council. I'm not going to say it's my favorite book for 40k, but Elemental Council is it might be actually, I think objectively it's my second. My favorite book is called The Requiem. The Reverie, my bad. It's called The Reverie. Reverie's my favorite 40k book, and then I think, hold on. Oh yeah, Auto does that. Hold on. Oh, did you do it? Oh, fuck, mimic mode. My bad. Let's go. Hold on. Let me readjust some shit. Hold on. I gotta bring the lad down. There we go. Hey, perfect. Spider. Oh, hey, let's go. Hold on, wait. What's that? No. Every now and then I'll see like a VTuber and like a thumbnail. It's like, do I know them? No. Alas. Yes, I keep the Padaru tradition alive, even though it feels like a lot of people have it. I need to do some with that. A bit of flesh. Smidgen around there. I will say that I do all mine via audiobooks when I'm driving, and it's legitimately very nice, especially if you have a long commute. It's very, very good. And some, ooh, hey, let's go. Hell yeah. Angels and Carmine are Blood Angel successors, right? Because that seems to be anything that's like vaguely red. I feel like that's right. I seen Mariah Carey stuff. I have not seen anything else. Hey, let's go. To be fair, I feel like other Space Marine successor chapters get a lot more variety. I swear every fucking chapter successor of the Blood Angels are more or less the same, minus that is why I like the Reverie, because it actually involves it has a really cool successor chapter of the Blood Angels in it. Oh god, I never did read the Huron book. So far, I've only seen Huron Blackheart show up in the Night Lords trilogy, where he was pretty legit in that one. I had no complaints there. Alright, let's get my... Oh, I'm doing some enamels now. Probably pretty early in it, but several large brushes, because I'm not sure which large brush I want to use for this. Also, enjoy your lurk, yo. Enjoy your lurk. Brush. Blow dryer. Probably clean paper. Or, no, I got 2 paper towels here. I use this paper towel for this. Oh, he had isn't that when he got his model? No, wait. No, it was 4th edition. 4th edition Huron Blackheart had a model. Because I remember, because I happened to pick up the White Dwarf where they did a big refresh on the Chaos range. And they were really, really excited about that. It was, I understand that the 3rd edition Chaos Codex, which is also what I play when I typically play 3rd edition. I understand that was a lot of rules for a lot of people. But I love those. I love that level of customization and just doing cool shit. That was my favorite. So knowing that that doesn't exist in other editions makes me the big sad, and I'm not super interested. Drop in there. But oh, actually no. For the turnip tournament, I actually got to run my Gene Stealer turnips, and they actually did really, really well. Turns out the Gutter Snipe's ability to debuff is incredibly fucking good. Oh my god, that is a real fucking spicy ability. That's a real fucking spicy meatball. I think this is going to be the biggest thing I've actively enameled, so we're going to really see how this holds up. I keep hearing some rumor cope thing that there's going to be a new Huron and maybe some other stuff. Whether that's going to be an 11th edition or a next year thing, I don't know. I've heard something to that degree. Oh yeah, that's how you doing, Blake. How you doing? Marthon body hair. You're gonna need to explain a lot more, because I don't know what you're asking for. On me, on people I'm interested in, just as a general concept, I don't fucking know. But yeah, so actually a lot of people use enamels through airbrushes. The tricky thing is that you basically have to hyper clean out your airbrush if you use enamels. But even a lot of the people that I follow tutorials who do grimdark things, they do this layer that I'm doing now through an airbrush, because you can get really, really thin and precise with it. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest. The Gutter Snipes basically ate shit every time they've been on the field. Every time I put them on the field, they basically ate shit. But, honestly, just the Spud Token debuff was good enough for me. I really didn't have any, need to go too much more in depth without that. I mean, you can see me. I mean, you can count all the chest hair I have right now. If you're trying to make a replica of me, I feel like you could use this. Oh, the herd's really cool. We had like one guy near me play that, and it seemed like a lot of fun. Oh, I need a couple of the sponges ones. Like, I guess if you're also just trying to like make me a Felgor, there's really not a lot you can do with a Beastman in terms of hair. So just kind of do whatever. Just gotta do whatever. But like, given my druthers, there would not be very much. There we go. This is the way. Is that a chip? Oh fuck! I didn't think that this might be one of those that kind of like rub off. No, this isn't too bad. I need to go back and like touch up some shit later. It's not going to be the fucking worst. I'll sculpt your chest mouth. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh, hairball and eyebrows to be more accurate. Which? God, I feel like I should remember who Ow is. Was that the very princely Hololive, or am I thinking about someone else? Where your clothes? I got clothes on. Hold on. I got pants. There we go. Yay! There we go. Yippee! Yeah, they seem neat. I think the tricky thing with that entire gen is I just thought Rodden was the coolest shit ever. I really like the idea of like a very like critic is maybe a strong word, but just like a VTuber who was really big into like. Basically had like a niche that wasn't like, you know, dancing or singing. It's like, yeah, I'm into the like, I mean, she's still done that, but like, she's like, yeah, I'm very much into like art and stuff. Those pants. Just because I have jorts doesn't mean that jorts aren't pants. Listen, this is Jorts Eraser right now. Oh yeah, those are, I also use, you can just use, I have this like Vallejo Mecha Primer is what I use sometimes through my airbrush. Or another brand that's really, really big is the Stylin' Res Gray. That's like a pretty standard one. I just rarely airbrush prime, though. It's getting colder. I might need to start looking into that a bit more. Yeah, I think a lot of people generally like Rodden because to be fair, I very much expected a very specific kind of person for Rodden, and I was very surprised to see the actual Rodden. I really liked it instead. I really like what she was doing. Ina, I do like Ina. I think out of the original... I got shit falling over. I think out of the original Hollow Myth, I think Ina continues to be my favorite. There we go. Oh, speaking about favorites, fucking Kanatan! It sounded like it's another one of those, like, damn, I feel like there's some not great shit. So I'm hoping Kanatan the best. I'm wishing Kanatan the best. It's by Sacramento Valley. That one, though. Where's my cringe? There we go. Maybe this is gonna work because I might be getting slightly different consistencies for all these and all the different angles. We'll see. We'll see. I'm willing to fuck around and find out with these. Yeah, because like I think it was like a bit of a lot of things, but yeah, she did have like. God, she's got like one of the most like legitimately tragic things. So she's got like one of those like it's like some disease that starts with an M, like mirrorless disease or something like that, where basically she's slowly going deaf. And like that's bad enough for like Joe regular person, right? You know, no one wants to go deaf, yeah. But the thing is, she's a singer. She's genuinely really likes idol stuff. Like there's hollows that want to be idols, and then there's like hollow fan idols. Which is different, even though that sounds like kind of like a tautology or whatever. But yeah, it's her situation is incredibly sad. I think that's always the thing too. Is like we've also now grown like enough people are like, oh yeah, they're just gonna reincarnate as an indie, which because like you know that's legitimately if you're looking to like. if you're having like corporate disputes or like they're just not treating you well or whatever, just going Ricarde's and Indy's not bad, especially because like if you do it right, you can keep a lot of your fan base. But her just going like, yeah, don't look for me anywhere. Like, oh damn. Oh Jesus. Yeah, like it's like as well. It's like if I lost all like fine motor control, that would be bad for like literally everyone on the planet. But like knowing that like if just one day just like I woke up and I just didn't have hands, tragic for legitimately everybody. But man, losing the ability to paint manis would be just like a level of devastating I don't think I'm prepared for. Not all of them true. I know Mume isn't back, but like a lot of other VTubers, you're like, well, they show up and you're like, oh, okay, there we go. And you kind of carry on with that. But yeah, Autumn was pretty much just like, nah, that's not happening here, which is really sobering. Let's continue. Parkinsonies. Are you just trying to say Parkinson's and for some reason it just turned out like a delicious Italian meal? Ah yes, give me a big old bowl of Parkinsonies. Oh god, yeah, if you're a concert pianist and your hands get mad. And like, I know that there's like the indomitable spirit will kind of get you through. This is always the weirdest example of that just speaks to me personally. The guy who did Rumble Roses was fucking like in a motorcycle accident, I believe. And no, well, I mean, you say that, but this guy became paralyzed from like the eyes down. And then drew Rumble Roses with his eyes. If you saw any amount of titty for Rumble Roses, this guy didn't have functioning hands when he made that. And like, that's what I'm talking about, the indomitable spirit. Yeah, it's buck wild, because I think it's like one of those things that like I find to be very uplifting, but I do think because he drew softcore porn video games, like you'll never get that like kind of like the big like recognition or like this is a uplifting tale kind of dealio. Yeah, there's like I think there's like interviews and stuff where you see him do it. He does everything with eyeball flicks. I know, right? Like, let's see, let me, like, I still need to continue to get a lot of enamel on here, so I don't know if I'll be able to show any of his work, but, like, it's still really, really crazy. That's what I'm talking about, but it's like, it's all, but, I mean, there's also, like, I do agree with the idea that there are limits to the spirit. Like, maybe someday, like, if I could never paint because of, like, a tragic accident, there might be some way to let that happen, but, like, it might be ungodly expensive or not available to me or whatever, so who knows. Maybe then you would finally see feet, and then I'll just learn how to paint with my feet. I love mini painting enough that I would consider it. If I absolutely needed to, I would. Like, would I have to learn different techniques, or like maybe just only do orcs or something where like the detail doesn't matter? Maybe. But I do love mini painting enough. I legitimately think I would consider it. There we go. Name on the top. I believe. There we go. But yeah. But yeah, no. Oh yeah, so from earlier, yeah, the crocodile lady. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I know that like her past life was kind of I find it really fascinating because like her past life was pretty famous, but also like this is kind of in that like weird era of like VTubers and past lives and like kayfabe and whatnot. So like a lot of people are like from her old like audience or like to be fair, they have no idea. They have no idea about any of this shit. So they're just like, what the fuck? But it's like they're learning about this in real time. And it's just kind of an interesting learning experience from them. But yeah. Her past life, I've been aware that her past life has been a thing for many years, but I actually don't know much about her, to be honest. Yeah. Well, I also think that's kind of half the fun. Like, could she have come back as like a revamped version of her current online persona? Yeah, people have done that before. But I also do feel like the inherent joy of that, like the whimsy and the fun is just going all in like that. And it's not like you can totally disconnect, like, you know, the usual thing, like, if she was a brand fresh face new VTuber, would she be getting like 1 billion new views like this? Nah, but like, it's fine, you know. She put in the time, so like, it's like, you know, she's doing good. I don't know, like I said, I don't know what she's doing as a VTuber. I vaguely aware was she was, I think, supposedly going to be part of VShojo before that imploded. Yeah, because like, I generally, like, I'm very weird that, like, there's a couple of times, like, bigger celebrities have tried to become VTubers, by just kind of poking around for it. And I'm, like, relatively on board for that. Just, like, you know, just try out some whimsy stuff, have fun with it, see if you like it. But it was weird when it was, like, Pokimane and, what's his fucking, the big guy. It's fucking the... PewDiePie was a VTuber. Like, both of them were VTubers for like 5 seconds, and then they just decided to play themselves as VTubers. Oh yeah, Scar was a VTuber? I don't know. I was aware that he got like a Funky Dragon model, and then didn't. Does he still stream as that? I don't fucking know. I will also fully admit that, like, I'm vaguely aware Scar is like a League of Legends person, and that would require me to give even the slightest shit about League of Legends. No shade to him as a person, but League of Legends, so I'm good. Yeah, I mean, even if it is a fad, like, legitimately, I've tried shit, like, that I thought was cool because I saw other people doing it, you know? God, yeah, legitimately every now and then I'll see people I know just get sucked back in a league, and I don't understand. Because, like, even these people, there's, like, some kind of inherent, like, yeah, I guess I'm back in a League of Legends, I'm sorry, but it's like, it's okay. Okay. Hey, dude, Ivan, how you doing? Oh, she's at Hanukkah time? Hell yeah. Well, happy Hanukkah then. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. The every now and then people have taken Buckley I think to date, the only Control-Alt-Delete comic that's gotten a chuckle out of me is one where a time traveler shows up and asks what year it is. And then on the sign that's just saying Skyrim is in stores, and that doesn't narrow down what year it is. To date, I think that's his only... I'm glad things came out of the comic. Like, I continue to feel like an awful person that says that, like, the legacy of Loss as a meme, I think, has, like, strong internet cultural and significance, even though it is ostensibly somebody trying to make a serious comic about their, like, family's, like, miscarriage. It's a weird thing to include in your webcomic that's all about just two dudes just, like, where prior in the comic, one of them declared themselves the king of gamers. Like, just like the king of gamers with a holiday for gamers. And it's just like, I understand that sometimes people do serious things and comedic things, but like, man, all your timing and everything was just very strange on that. How you doing, Zozo? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, major painting VTuber of the Nurgle Game variety. And how you doing, Penguin Starboard? How you doing? How you doing? Oh shit, were you doing something like Death Guard or Nurgle related? How you doing, Hamsimus Robot? How you doing? How you doing? I am working on a, you know, Nurgle Rhino because I've had this motherfucker forever and I need to run it. I'm gonna be running this guy in 3rd edition 40k. Which is very nice, because I enjoy 3rd edition 40k a lot. Oh, this is quite chuckable. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. Let's see. Well, if you're down with Pulp and Nurgle, let me follow you back. Well, let me follow you. I gotta. There we go. But yeah. See, I have only played 3rd, and I started getting into 3rd recently. It's just because the 3rd edition Chaos Codex is, like, for me, the platonic ideal of, like, what a rulebook for a 40k thing should be, where you have cool units, and then for all your cool units, you have, like, little modifiers, where it's like, do I want Noise Marines? I take Chaos Chosen, and take Chaos Havocs, and I give them the Mark of Slanesh, and I give them blast masters, and boom, that doesn't need to be its own data sheet. And the fact that you can do that to like mix and match and mix between the different god armies back when you could do that. Like Death Guard as a standalone thing is kind of fun, but also like you could pretty much recreate every current Death Guard unit in that edition. It's really, really neat. But yeah, I also do a lot of like Turnip 28 and Trench Crusade. I like war games. War games and minis is cool. I like my stuff. I'm doing that technique where you use enamel paints and then you kind of blow dry it a little bit and use a sponge just to kind of remove some excess. So you can see we've been tinting this bad boy. It's nice and grimy and stuff. Like it can go back a little bit on there, kind of like get a little bit more sauce. Oh shit, Conquest, let's go. Conquest is a game that's apparently pretty popular at my shop, and I think every now and then, like every couple of months, I'm like, I should really do spires. Oh no, see, I like oil washes. I've done them before. The tricky thing with oil washes is because I do a lot of painting on stream, I find that oil washes are just kind of too slow. Where it's like you want to give it a lot more time to it's a lot more mess. Like I used to do oil washes, but I just kind of found that like enamels kind of give me a lot of the benefits of oil that I enjoyed for oil washes, but I get to mineral spirits. I'm using AK's dark wash, and then I got off to the side. I get a big pot of mineral spirits and stuff like that. Also, MMX Rico, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. For a brief moment, I thought I was reading your name like it's a shipping name, like it's MM Ship Rico. But I can't imagine. Maybe that's true. I don't know. But yeah, no, I like oils are neat. Like I said, I do think oils are neat. They just don't really work with my painting. What I do, legitimately, a lot of my painting technique is dictated by what I do on stream. Yeah, I don't know. It's at least for me, the enamels are good enough, and like I get the control and variety I want out of them. So I do need to get some oil wash stuff because I got some terrain that's just not going to be feasible with this technique. But because like I'm you know, I'm 35. I'm an old man. I like many old men my age. I too feel the urge to get a Mordheim table put together, and I got a couple buildings and some stuff ready to go for that. So there's this like I bought this Rhino used and it had like a lot of crusty, shitty paint on it. That is actually like now that stuff, even though I tried to strip it, it didn't super work. It's actually doing like really good for texture and stuff. I'm very happy about the way that junk crust ended up making the texturing work pretty well. All right, so now I can get the door and not the whole bottom. I just really got to get like these areas up in the front and the back. But yeah, oil washout for that. Pain, agate even. Temple of Skulls. Oh, let's go. Yeah, I know oil washes are gonna be good for those. I've very rarely actually muck around with terrain. I need to do more though. I need to do more. I'm always down to chat about mini stuff. I do like minis a lot. It's kind of my thing. Definitely that in TRPGs, but I don't do a lot of TRPG stuff on stream except for when I do like a big like one shot or whatever. And then like swoosh that. I guess I could get the let me get these a little bit. So these are little 3D printed magnetized bits that I got, which are not too bad. They're reasonably legit. But yeah, I don't need to get like the sides and shit really. Let me get the wheels. Or at least the wheel parts people will actually see. There we go. Enamels and oil. I don't think like I use Mr. Dissolve Putty, but I don't think I've ever used really any of the other things from the Mr. range, which is a shame because I fuck with Mr. Dissolve Putty so much. It's probably like my favorite gap filler in terms of just being like out of the bottle, lazy, ready to go. So get a little bit on the back, a little bit on the front. I also love just pulling out the blow dryer and just be able to hit it up like this. I might need to fuck around with that. I might need to test that out then. I'm kind of good on hobby stuff though, so I'll have to see. A lot of my hobby stuff I'm not ordering online. I just go to my local shops and just see what they got there. But yeah, I do. Oh fuck, I didn't do the door. Fuck. Okay, I can get that real quick. Oh shit! I've heard of Space Gits. It's because it's the orc game where you stack a big tile of bullshit, right? I don't know if anyone near me's playing that. It seemed neat though. The thing is, I'm torn because as like a kind of like rules like goofy orc game, I feel like that makes a lot of sense. As a clumsy fucker, like today I accidentally knocked over a I would be potentially interested, yeah. I knocked over a tower onto my turnip guys. Like a friend of mine made these like big kind of like basically these big kind of like sandstone encampments, and one of them just knocked over and snapped some of my dudes. Luckily, I need to like fix them anyway, so it wasn't like a real actual saddening like bit of damage. It was like, it's one of those things I was like, everyone else was freaking out way more than I was. I was like, it's fine. They just do that sometimes. It's cool. But yeah, the newer games that my group has not played yet that I'm looking into. Mordheim is perpetually on the table for stuff we want to try. Necropolis 28. I feel like there might be like one or two other games that like we want to fuck around with. Tonks. Apparently there's been a decent amount of people when we want to play Tonks, and I don't know when that's going to happen, but I could potentially be down. Kill Team and Blood. I actually might be getting the Blood Bowl too. I do want to do a Nurgle team because one of my friends is really like, he basically was like, this is gonna sound weird, but apparently he used to be really into Blood Bowl, but his meta became incredibly sweaty, which it's Blood Bowl, right? He'd be like, what do you mean sweaty Blood Bowl? But yeah, no, that was apparently a thing. And he's like, now that he's in this different group in a different state, he's feeling the itch. But yeah, no, my usual games are 3rd edition 40k, which is pretty rare, and then Turn Up 28 and Trench Crusade. Those are my bigs. Those are the ones I enjoy the most. Did I get those little nubbins? I think so. I'm kind of torn on leaving these alone because I do want to use more Dirty Down, because I did enjoy Dirty Down quite a bit. Do want to fuck around with this a bit more. Oh yeah, wasn't that kind of in the era of like those like leaf blower lists that would just absolutely just kind of like, because even I think 3rd edition has an Iron Warriors problem too, because you could bring extra tanks when you just couldn't. It's for Warhammer Fantasy, but yeah, otherwise the idea is correct. It was pretty much the idea was like, somebody found like an NFL playbook which they misattribute to the god Nuffle because name puns. And it creates world peace. People are no longer like actively trying to kill each other or like go to war. Everything's just solved with playing American football. It's technically, unironically, I think like the world of Blood Bowl is technically a utopia, I think. Or it more or less runs on like Yu-Gi-Oh logic, where it's like, yeah, a lot of this is just based on Blood Bowl now. Things are pretty good. But it's like, all your life is this. Which is neat. Let's see. Oh, I also forgot what I'll do. I'll paint rats. Which, I'll be painting some rats. I don't know when I'm going to paint some rats, but I probably will be doing some at some point. Alright, let me... Oh, they still fight? I was kind of under the impression that fighting was over. I could totally be wrong on that, though. If I'm speaking out my ass, please let me know. I was weirdly under the impression that stopped a lot of wars. I could totally be wrong. Make sure I don't spill enamel on my lap like I did last time. Nope. Put the brushes and sponges off to the side. Hey, let's go. Question is, do I want to fuck around with a spoon? I mean, Battlefield Gothic is basically in that same era of like Mordheim, where it's like there's a big enough online community. Like, it sucks if you want to go to like a store and play it. I know it's got like a pretty active. I dumped my brushes in the wrong container. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? I'm gonna give it like just one more quick go around. I will say I love how thick this is. Trench Crusade basketball. I mean, I would love the idea of somebody taking the exact same premise of Blood Bowl, but applying it to Trench Crusade with with a different sport. Trench golf, actually no. Trench putt-putt. Oh my god, shit. Trench, because like trenches already kind of form like a course. And you got the big crosses, which are kind of like those like big wind. Oh shit, okay. I think my neurons are activating right now. Trench cart would be good. More war games need cart spin-offs for sure. I got an elf mug of brushes that I rarely use, but I think for this, it's kind of what I want. Let's see, I need to get a layer for the flesh that I can kind of like do like. Hurry, ochre, please. There we go. All right, I'm getting my layer. I hardly know her. Get my vortex mixer. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. I also do want to kind of make the flesh shiny. Oh my god. Just like nothing but water is coming out of this. Let's see if I take some of this. I also reprimed my dry brush, which has been really nice. Like I've been just basically just covering the same dry brush over and over for so long, and I'm like, oh wait, yeah, you can actually like touch that up, and it gets like much easier to use. I guess if I just go like a little bit on. Be like really careful about like not accidentally getting like too bright. How you doing, Robert? How you doing? How you doing? Listen, I just went through an entire big bottle. I'm going through my second now. Probably go to do a water break midstream and stuff like that. Oh yeah, you could do like on like the heretics created a portal all the way to hell, and then like 10 years later someone opened the portal to the realm of golf, and then perfect, flawless. I'm just kind of using this brush, like this is kind of stippling it. Basically I just kind of want to make sure I can get like a good like a little bit on there, get like a little bit of extra on there, but not too much. I don't want to quite go full dry brush, but maybe. Oh my god, Jay, why did you do that? What led you to that? What led you to that? Secret 12 layer of hell. Oh, that'd be great. I remember there was a while back where there was like one of those like itch like charity bundles, which are I wish I could go and delete some of those charity bundle games from my itch library, because actually finding a game I want to play now is buried on just like so much garbage. I don't mind donating to a good cause, but I'm like actively making the experience there worse because of that. Actually, I guess maybe more like it it's like I was like, do I dry brush this or not? But it does seem like the dry brush is actually kind of doing exactly what I wanted, so I'm just going to continue that way. The PC who thirsts. Fair and valid. Fair and valid. This is like every now and then like a brush that I was hoping was going to... Oh, fuck. I was hoping was going to be a bigger deal, just ends up just kind of like eviscerating itself. And that's what this one was. This is supposed to be like a nicer, because like this is like a size 2, and it's just like, so this is like the Vallejo like fancy synthetics, and they just immediately imploded, and like no amount of restoration seems to be able to want to bring this one back. The Monument Hobby synthetics, I found that at the very least that like I can do my usual brush revival ritual, and they seem to come back like pretty solid, but not these. No. There we go. Gotta cage them all, indeedly. I know. I did actually. You know, I've realized that like for all the jokes about this, I did work with some friend of mine's to create soccer for Turnip, called Turnip Ball, which I was actually going pretty good. Maybe I gotta fuck around with those a bit more. I've basically been like weirdly enough like I don't really like the shop at Green Stuff World because they're kind of shitters. But ages ago, I got one of their like silver tier like Kolinsky Sable brushes, and honestly, those have been working for me for like 2 years now. I just every now and then I'll just dip them in isopropyl alcohol, and then like after I remove the paint, I immediately recondition it, and that seems to work pretty good. Like I do that for my synthetics too, but like those ones still seem to work pretty fine. It's pretty neat. So like I think at some point the rules are going to be more published and posted in the official Turnip Discord. But the general idea for Turnip Ball is like you have a big ball, and you can shoot it like it's a model. And every time you shoot it, it gets a panic token, and then moves in that like basically you can choose a direction, and it moves like it's retreating. And you just slam the ball into people and try to get into a goal. And the first person to get a goal wins. It's been pretty fun. I've only played it a couple of times, but I need to get back on that shit. I've actually just been enjoying like the like what's it called? Not the Hive Scum people. I've been listening to the podcast more, and so like should really do a lot more homebrew like scenarios and packets and like little things to release and whatnot. That sounds very, very fun. That sounds very, very fun to do. Now, is it a weird move to do an enamel wash and then dry brush over it? Yeah, but it looks good, so I'm okay with it. A lot of my painting is just like doing shit, and if it looks good, just go for it. This also did fix that like little. I was really worried because like I've been having the weirdest thing where like some of the war games, war paint fanatic stuff from Army Painter, seems to reactivate when exposed to mineral spirits. I don't know why. It's not super consistent, but some of them definitely do, and I've had experience where it's like actively trying to peel itself off. Hate that shit. I hate it. I've never ruined. I've been able to always fix it back, but it's always been like an extra unfucking step just to try to like bring a lot of these back. Weird ass recess around here. There we go. But yeah, the Turnip Ball stuff has been good. It's also just fun to play. Like I've been enjoying that my local scene has been having like consistent turnip narrative events. I've been enjoying those quite a lot. Yeah, we basically kind of just do like a full day campaign, which has been good. How you doing, Bonator? How you doing? I am adding a little bit of extra dry brush spice to the flesh. And I think once I get all the flesh good, I'll probably go back and just do a gloss coat on it, because I do like my flesh to be shiny as one does. Also, how you doing, Dozing? Welcome. How you doing? I'm also like, because of MagFest and new model stuff, I can't go super. Games Workshop is fucked up, everybody. And not for like real reasons that like people give a shit about. G-Dubs is fucked up because they released like a perfect Maggotkin wave of models that like I love to pieces when I'm at my lowest financial point. But because of Squid Bucks and stuff, I did get 1 unit of the Rot Swords, which will be coming at some point. I'm very excited to paint those. It's like everything else, I'm just like, I'm just, just horrid groaning noises, really. It's gonna be worth it. God, every new preview that Nazuno Mama So like I mentioned before that my new model is going to have armor. And I was like, I can describe this without showing anything. I was like, no, Zinamama, I want the armor to have teeth. And I want when like my chest mouth opens, that the teeth that are like basically like rusted into the metal will like open up and then you'll see the real teeth underneath. And she just fucking did it. Like just nailed it first try. I didn't have to correct anything she said. Like, you know, like when you got like an artist and like you go back and forth on revisions and shit. You're like, oh, this is cool, but tweak this, tweak this. I didn't have to do any of that, guys. I didn't have to change anything. It was ready to go on day one. I requested no additional changes. I am so excited for this. She really is just total in sync. I mean, she mentioned before when I showed her the stuff where she was like, our tastes are in alignment. It's like, you know, a lot of times people will like hire artists that kind of already vibe with them anyway. Like, yeah, sometimes an artist is like, they just make a thing. I think I've just accidentally activated Nazunamama's neurons. And so she's put her whole ass behind it. God, she's also super sweet too. So she got back to me after like a month to get with the sketches. And like, that's not bad. Like, that's not a big wait. And like, I think for her, I was just like not feeling particularly well. So she's like, sorry, I've not been feeling well. I've been sick. So I did not get these as soon as like I could. I was like, no biggie. Like, it's like, it doesn't matter if like a month is fucking nothing. How you doing, Nintendo? How you doing? I'm working on the Rhino. It's going pretty good. So it was really nice. And I think she's really happy that like, I didn't hate her for some reason. Not that I ever would, but like, you know, I think sometimes artists get really nervous about stuff, which is understandable, especially because like you're dealing with like, that's also one of the reasons that like, I don't like do commissions, because the idea of being like, I got to like stick to like deadlines and like, you know, make sure other people like my stuff. Like people like my stuff, but like there's different when you're doing a commission and you're like taking direct feedback and stuff. Yeah, let's go Nintendo. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Right now, I am working on my Rhino, and it's also turned out pretty well. We got that looking good, that looking good. Basically, I just need to continue with this dry brush step. And then, I need to fuck with the... I feel like the scratches are fine. Like, they're definitely the enamel kind of dulled them down a bit, but in a way that, like, I don't particularly mind. So I'm okay with this. Oh, yeah, let me, for Nazuna, my art model. There we go. Yeah. She recently, another one of my VTuber siblings, Thara. She recently got like a new model overhaul, which I have not gotten to check out in person, but hell yeah. It's kind of tricky for her because I believe she's Indonesian. Maybe? But it's like one of those like time zones that will just never line up to anything I ever do. That just happens sometimes. Like there's like Australian VTubers that I think are cool, but they stream at like regular Aussie hours, and it's like, well, I can see you at like 8 a.m. And that's really about it, you know? Yeah, commissions. It's like, yeah, Pega hours. Yeah, exactly. It's just hard. It's just hard when you got certain time zones just don't work with US time zones. It's brutal. Do be like that. But yeah, no, I couldn't. Like, people ask me, genuinely, that gets asked a lot. I've even had people ask me on, like, fucking TikTok of all places. They're like, yo, do you do commissions? I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't paint my own stuff at the rate I would like. I cannot be picking up other people's models. Which also every now and then I'll feel the siren song of just, like, a dumb project. So, like, on Tuesday for painting, so this is another one of those, like, I keep doing this, where I keep, like, cleaning my workshop, and I find models, I'm like, I should paint you. Like... Okay, so, this is gonna be one thing I'm gonna be painting on Tuesday. So, the Veteran Stern Guard from the Leviathan box. I just forgot that I had some, so I was like, I gave them the Minotaur symbol, and I replaced all their heads with Firstborn Marines, which is fun, because, you know, they're veterans, so. And, like, do I have a Minotaur's army Yeah. I'm like technically like, am I doing? Oh, I don't even. Actually, you know what? Medium zoom's not bad for this. Like, am I going to be playing a game with them anytime soon? God no, I don't think so. Anyway, maybe at some point in the distant future, but who knows? Yeah, God, yeah, New Zealand's bad for that. I've had some friends who are in like Japan is a solid, clean like 12-hour time difference, and which can be nice for just like calculating time differences. But oh boy, if you want to actually like capitalize on that. Yeah, the nice thing about honestly, one of the main reasons I have Minotaurs, I mean, I love them as a chapter because they're all assholes. They're all raging dicks. But they also, like, I have a technique where I paint the shoulders like a bronze color and then I dry brush a gold. And legitimately, that does a lot of work. That does so much work for that like, it actually makes painting them, like, relatively straightforward. And at the very least, I also don't feel bad about these older models of mine. Where it's like, well, I already bought them. So it's not like I'm like actively like wasting money. And if anything, I'm kind of like not justifying is a strong word, but it's like I'm actually doing a thing. I'm doing a thing with stuff I already own. And that doesn't feel so bad. I'm not going out to like buy a new model and like waste time on that. They've been get a little bit more fish. I want the gun to look like it was being like fired by flesh stuff. Seems to be the still a little bit of wash in there. I think I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna use a little bit of Agrax Earthshade and just put it inside there. Not that Agrax Earthshade cheating, it's just that I mostly moved away from it. But I have actually been going back a little bit to acrylic washes. Not in like a huge capacity. I just find it's just they're like little shit. It's pretty handy. Like that's pretty good. Like, could I have gotten out my whole enamel kit for that? Yeah. Would it be worth it? Not really. Yeah, oh yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, exactly. Like, I know some people are like, why do you like the bad guys? It's like, they're fun. Like, I'm still, like, perpetually on the verge of painting stuff for Battletech, and I was originally thinking about going Draconis Combine, but I don't know, the idea of Capellans lately sound like a lot of fun. I've been feeling a little bit of Capellan in my heart. I was like, that might be a fun thing to do. Oh shit! Oh, one more thing I need to dry brush before I switch over though. The brush I just used, this one. There we go. Yeah, it's like when they're like, I can appreciate like an open dick, like someone who's like obviously like blatantly like one of my favorite things about the Minotaurs is that I have not read a lot of the Bad Up War stuff, which I still need to do. I did, Mika. I'm bleeding profusely because of the spikes. How you doing? But like, what's it called? In the book, the second Watcher of the Throne, the Minotaurs are featured incredibly heavily. And like, anytime any other Imperial person is like, the Minotaurs show up, they're never like, oh, because like, you know, a lot of times you're like, oh, we are in our darkest hour, and then the Fluminous Space Marine chapter showed up and everybody clapped. No, every time the Minotaurs show up in that book, everyone's like, oh, God damn it, why? They're like, we had a good thing going on. What are you doing? Because they just keep blowing up all the evidence. Like, they're trying to do, like, a real covert deal with a bunch of, cultists on Terra, and the Minotaurs just keep showing up and just blowing everything to hell. And they're like, we can't collect evidence if you do this. And they're like, not our problem. We're here to kill shit. Investigating, that's for weenies. Get the fuck out of here. We don't give a fuck. And I love them for it. Very nice. And they're obviously like an antagonist of that book, and like, you know, it's against Custodes. So the Custodes do fuck their shit up because, you know, Custodes, they do break one in like half, they basically two Minotaurs grab the Custodes by the legs and split them in half like fucking Wishbone style. And for a book where you're not the protagonist faction, that's a good run, you know? That's a good run. Legitimately, that's impressive. Oh yeah, no, they're so good when they show up. They're excellent. And even straight up like the fucking Custodian's protagonist was like, this isn't like a power level thing, because I find power level wanking incredibly boring. But I do like the guy was like, you know, I'm pretty comfortable as a Custodian side that I could kill most mortals. I don't know if I could fucking kill this guy, the chapter master. Like, I don't know if I could kill him. I don't know if I could take him in a fight. And I was like, that's my boys. That's my boys. That's nice. Actually, those books aren't too bad. It's really interesting because you assume Terra's going to be a lot nicer than it is, and Terra is... Unless you're in the Imperial Palace, Terra fucking blows. Terra fucking sucks to live in. It's not good to live in Terra in 40k. It's just desert wasteland outside of the Imperial Palace. Yeah, I got the Iron Warriors gene seed. Exactly. Got the good old Perturabo juice in there. Their blood runs thick with Tylenol. It's great. It's just stakes have been never been. Another, you know, you had a good run for a while. Also, I think I'm gonna back up to max the zoom out a bit. There we go. Yeah, so like I was neutral towards Custodes, but then I read the book and I was like, I think I generally like them. They're not like my favorite or anything, and they didn't compel me to get like a Custodes army. But like I was like, you know, they're pretty legit. I enjoy this. There we go. But yeah. Also, I'm enjoying the fuck out of doing these little like flesh panels. It's gonna take a bit for these to dry, but that'll be fine. My goal tonight is like, I might need to hold off on the weathering, but at the very least, if I can get everything around that. Muggerilla, you know, she does like her banana boys. Actually, I don't think I've ever asked her or found out why she likes Custodes, because I know she likes Sanguinius in like a romance way. I don't think I've ever found out why she likes Custodes. They're cool and everything, don't get me wrong, I have no issues with that. I just don't think I've ever found out that secret bit of lore. But yeah, no, they were pretty legit. Currently, I'm still in the second... I'm like 5... I'm basically like maybe like 3 hours away from finishing the second Horus Heresy book, False Gods. And it's basically... Erebus is now like basically skinwalking a dead guy to convince Horus that the Emperor is a piece of shit. And it's really funny. It's like I love Erebus so much. He's just fucking around. It's great. Like, we're long past the point where anybody believes him now. Like, nobody believes him in the fucking Sons of Horus, but I don't care. It's great. It's excellent. Also, they're not too bad. The first one was kind of a rough start, but I enjoy Carcassy and everybody and stuff like that. It's a pretty, like, I don't think I would ever put these in like my favorites. I'm having a decent time reading them though. I'm having a good old time. Which is all I can really ask for. There's been a couple of 40k books that are like actively make me sad to read, and luckily False Gods doesn't seem to be one of those. At least not yet. That could change. But right now it's been pretty good. Yeah, I think the layer of flesh on this is really doing good, because like a lot of times you want like different textures. You want like different textures of stuff. I'm also debating if I want to like try to highlight the purple any. And normally I would give that a go, but I actually don't think highlighting the purple on the tank itself is going to be great. I might highlight the purple on the Marine. It's just, it's most of the areas that could have taken that highlight, I think I just decided to go for like a rust chipping instead, and I think that looks fine. So I'm okay with it. And I gotta wait for this to dry so I can add the rust effect to all the because I do think I want to do Dirty Down on the spikes, because I think they'll be good. Yeah, he's just so fun. Like I understand why people don't like, or like legit, like there are legitimately some people that get pissed at Erebus. I'm like, how? He's just a silly little guy, just doing silly little guy things. I understand he killed a lot of characters people like, but like, That's a skill issue. if you can't let Erebus avoid killing you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's you gotta try harder to cling to life. Yeah, I just stabbed you with this funny knife as a prank. I just stole this funny knife as a prank. He burned down the museum for reformed gorillas. I'm also gonna be honest. So listening to Horus, false gods, I now have a very disturbing revelation. I now have played 2 war games where there's a piece of lore where a diseased pig is actually fucked. And like, if I had a nickel for every time that happened, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot of money, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Like, it's like, that's like the bit, but also it's real. Cause like the Black Grail and Trench Crusade has that, where like the anti-pope of Avignon marries a diseased pig and sires children with it. And then in False Gods, they were doing like a ritual with the Davinites, where it's like, okay, so there was a guy who was like betrayed. I'll explain. All right. In False Gods, the Davinite priesthood is doing a funky ritual to corrupt Horus, right? Part of it is basically doing like a bunch of doing acts that are simultaneously in parallel with the opposite end gods. So like one of the cultists was betrayed and was stabbed in the heart and removed the heart. And somebody feasted on it. That's supposed to please Tzeentch and Khorne, because like Tzeentch is fond of the betrayal, and Khorne is really cool with the blood eating. And then they also show that like the acolyte prior to that was basically making sweet salty porky love to a diseased pig, which is supposed to get brownie points with Nurgle and Slaanesh, which, okay, I guess. There might have been other ways to do it, but whatever. The Davinite priesthood in that book is not like particularly good people. So if it's going to be weird like that, that's fine. So yeah. How you doing, son? I'm explaining that in 2 war games I play, somebody had sex with a diseased pig. However, only in one of them did the pig give birth. Which is just fun. Oh god, it's been like, it was pretty warm when I went out to the turnip tournament today. I got way too much gloss medium, so I'm going to second pass on all of these, which I think will be good anyway. How you doing, Sally? How you doing? I'm applying goo to the flesh, you know, as one does. You ever apply goo to your flesh? Actually, I'm kind of joking, but honestly, that's just what a lot of skincare routines are, is just applying goo to flesh. I know. I got the snail cream. I got that funky snail cream because I was like, well, you know what? I'll give it a go. I don't mind applying funky snail extract to my face. That'll be fun. Yeah, exactly. Like yeah, so much of this of skincare is just applying goo to your skin, to your flesh. That's what I'm doing now. Yippee! Let's go. Yeah, but yeah, basically I was about to say it was warm when I left, and then when I was packing my stuff up, it was like fucking like gale force winds and like 20 degrees. I was like, I hate this. Not a big fan of this. Second layer flesh is actually pretty solid. I'm enjoying the fuck out of it. This also does use up basically all this gloss medium. Hell yeah. There we go. And now just oh fuck, hold on. Also gotta remember to goop a little bit. Then also to goop the shoulder. Yippee! Let's go. Oh yeah, isn't that kind of thing to like if you're not playing vanilla Marines, like they're kind of like in general, it's kind of hard. I hope you had fun though. Sounds like it'd be a good time. So this guy's got like one eye, which I'm gonna try to glow. He's a little bit of white. Let's get that going. But yeah, no, it's been freezing balls where I'm at, so it's been It's not too bad that I'm inside now. Now that I'm inside, it's not too bad. But prior to that was kind of rough. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't super look too hard in the snail goo. I was like weirdly excited that it was just snail goo because I thought that was a fun novelty. I was like, huh, snail goo. Ain't that some shit? And I just kind of got it. I don't know what it actually does. Just apparently it's just good. I should have probably looked that up a bit harder, but I was enraptured by the goo. So super good. So yeah, the nice thing about cleaning my brushes is that, like, I do that thing where you leave the brush soap in because it keeps the points nice and pointy. It's like, ooh, got like such a nice point to it. Oh yeah, I mean it's, especially if you're doing like I mean, are you new to it? I mean, even at 1,000 points, I feel like Solar Auxila has a bunch of activations just because you're running a bunch of dudes. So. This almost might be too drippy. Maybe if I go in and just kind of like that. This is going pretty good. I'm getting the eyes and being like really quiet while I do that. Go, man. Look, I got some on forehead. That's not too bad. Rapture. I mean, honestly, yeah, that's pretty accurate. All right, I'm gonna let his face dry a bit. I think I can. Oh, I can actually apply some. He's got some. Oh, he's got some flesh around the side too. I can work with this. I can work with this. Also, I will need to slime up this little bit around here. Get a little bit around there, and then. Fuck! Hold on. Hold on. Fuck! Okay, hold on. I can fix this. I can fix this with some purple. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like 3rd edition, like every Horus Heresy one's pretty chunky, so it's like I have to imagine the learning curve of getting everything like back to like I know enough. It probably takes a bit. There we go. So I'm just trying to like fix this like a little bit of purple. It's still dry. Hold on, let me. I think it's still drying a bit. All right. Also, check out the fucking slime is really. I don't know if it's just because it's extra toasty where I'm at, but the slime is going really good on this. Yeah, I actually like once you get a couple of games, it'll probably pick up. I would not worry too much. Oh yeah, I can do like a tiny little bit of red on the thing. I'm actually not surprised about that. I feel like for certain like certain states, especially like East Coast-ish ones, tend to have like pretty decent wargaming scenes. So I'm legitimately not surprised that Ohio has got like a pretty decent place to play. So we can do that. Oh yeah, there's also that little sensor over there actually. In fact, if I go in here. Water from this. Yeah, boy. There we go. It's a little all over the place, but in a way that's not too bad. Let's see if this is dried up a little bit. It's like let me get a blow dryer in there. There we go. mean, that looks like that went pretty well. I think I also need just to go back to this one, just add a little bit more. I don't know if my store's got any like big. Usually the weird thing I find is that there's like a lot of like the indie war game scene near me, which has been buck wild because I've been listening to more and more Hive Scum stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute, I know the guy they're talking about. What the fuck? That in particular has been blowing my mind. I'm like, wait a minute, wait a fucking minute. So he's there. Whoops. Anything else I want to do? Yeah, some of the Hive Scum stuff. Yeah. Which has been, I've been enjoying the fuck out of that so far. That's been pretty good. I've not been active in the Discord though, just because it's just like basically like a group of people got together to talk about their like, they're people that kind of do the stuff I like to do, like the kind of play weird indie war games and do a lot of kit bashing and don't give a fuck about like whatever modern G-dub's up to. But they made a podcast out of it, which I'm like, ooh, that sounds nice. One of these days I would love to have a podcast or be on like have a podcasty thing going on in my life. It's been pretty good so far. They're also long as shit episodes, so each one is like 2.5 hours, and I'm like, oh god. This is perfect for like the level I like to listen to podcasts at. But it also means there's like 70 episodes, and I am been listening pretty regularly for like the last couple of weeks. I'm still only on like not a lot. Something like that. Hey, what is NLSS? I'm totally blanking on that. Ah, I gotcha. Can I be honest? I don't know much about Northern Lion. For me, I feel like Northern Lion has replaced Germa for a lot of people I know. Where it's like, it seems to be the same people. It seems to be the same people. Oh god, I'm so sorry, Lon. That shit's the fucking worst. That's fucking brutal. Maybe I just want to just lean in and just do like flesh for that bed. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to go more fleshy on that. Yeah, let's go. I mean, I've been enjoying the fuck out of Hive Scum. It's been good. Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate that you like my streams like podcasts. I do. That is legitimately praise. It's tricky because for me, podcasting has like a different flavor to it. Like there's like, you know, kind of the host and guests and like a topic, and like you can listen to it on like as like a little self-contained downloadable thing, which I would love to do. But like, it's also weird because like, oh god, the cap of my Steel Legion drab just came off. Choto. Hold on, I need to rip my paper towel in half, absorb the fuck out of this before it like absorbs everything else. There we go. This is still usable, not the worst. Topic is tabletop autism. But brain, the subject is always tabletop autism. Yeah, something like this should work. How you doing, anthropomorphic dog? Welcome. How you doing? Depends. What is the army? Because there's different approaches depending on the army. Let's find out what you got to work with, and we can go from there. Okay. I mean, there's like also some armies that are just good for speed painting, like, you know, I mean, this also like legitimately is where Slapchop does kind of shine. That whole idea of like, just like do a dark color and then dry brush a color. You can also speed paint with oils too, which I've done a little bit. It's not too bad. We've like fixed that, which is good. If I had to guess, if I had the guesstimate, I don't know how much your girlfriend knows about Warhammer. I'm going to assume if it's not matching any of your armies, nothing. I'm going to assume you got Space Marines coming your way. Yes? That's probably a safe bet. Which, depending on the chapter you do, can be pretty easy. I'm going to shout out the way I do metal for my Minotaurs. Which is effectively this. Actually, no, this guy hasn't been dry brushed yet. Do I have a good example of that? Just kicking around? Oh. Grab some. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna say Minotaurs are an option. So here's what you can do with Minotaurs. Here's a flamer guy that I got a while ago. There we go. So basically, if you just prime it black, paint it with Warplock Bronze or like Evil Chrome from Army Painter is pretty good, and then dry brush of gold, you have a really good Minotaur base. Then you just pick out like the shoulder pads and the weapons with the darker red and then build up. This guy has not been done because I'm me. But like, that's a good way to get a Marine done quickly. But also look into other chapters. You could do fucking like Iron Hands would also be ungodly easy because Iron Hands, all you really, really, really need is just like a silver. Maybe get like a good oil wash on that bad boy too, where it's like you paint it like a gunmetal, dry brush like a aluminum. Awesome, big little lad is bouncing around. There we go. Yeah, get a little bit of aluminum on there, and then just just do maybe like an oil wash to darken it up. Both of those would be pretty quick. I think both those would be pretty quick ways just to mash through a bunch of stuff. So the lad has had his eyes fixed. Need a tiny bit on there. Oh yeah, no problem. Like, especially too, like, okay, so if you're doing Emperor's Children and I think you said guard. I was about to say you could go kind of tank heavy. Like, I don't know how much you want to lean into this, but like, you could definitely go more into like the dreadnoughts and stuff like that. Hold on. Depending on what she got you, she might have got you the Christmas box, maybe. I'm going to be an attempt at being psychic and say maybe this is what you might be getting. Let's see. Unless she was getting you a like a start collecting box, unless she was just getting you like a typical like Battle Force box, I'm going to hazard a guess that this might be it though. I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and say that this is what you might be getting. I feel weird that I might be spoiling the present, but like you did ask for help, so I feel nothing for that. So this is the current Space Marine battle box. You get 2 dreads, which are pretty solid. I believe these are veteran Stern Guards, or maybe these are the Vicatrix Guards. I don't remember which is which. But this is like not a terrible box to start with, from what I understand. Oh yeah, there we go. Are these all Stern Guard? Oh, they didn't even put the Victor. Okay, so these are Stern Guard, which are what I actually could be painting. I'm painting the Leviathan ones though. Oh, Company Heroes. Yeah. Company Heroes are pretty solid. I don't know if the new Victrix Guard are eating their lunch, but also like if you don't want to run Ultramarines or Ultramarine accessories, that's probably a good way to go. So yeah, there we go. So if that's and mind you, I am taking very much a shot in the dark. However, if that's true, that might not be too bad. Like that's doable enough to give you an army that's like Yes, it is me, the Grinch. The How Grinch, the Hinch. Okay, that's not right. I will be starting my Leviathan Sternguard on Tuesday. Just because I found them. Legit, like, I'm at a point in my life that I just rediscover minis I own. And I'm like, oh, you know, this would be kind of fun. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means about me as a person, where I'm just like the wonder, the Slanesh like excess in my workshop, where I'm just like finding minis that just don't exist. To be fair, a lot of them are just stuff from the starter boxes that I just get, and I get really like gung-ho about starter boxes, and then I do nothing with them. All right, so how you doing, Juve? How you doing? Wait, did I fucking call it? Let's go. Oh, fuck yeah. Motherfucker, why are you sorry for fucking swearing on my fucking stream? How dare you? I don't care. I just find it really funny that I guessed it correctly. Okay. Hey, yeah, I mean, you could go salamanders with like, oh, hold on. I just turned on the blow dryer going directly into my crotch. That was fun. Because like, how language, gasp. Because like, so the funny thing, I was like, if I was a G-Dubs employee and I saw somebody's well-meaning like girlfriend come in, I'm like, how would I target them? They're like, okay, I'm going to assume that they don't know much unless they've asked for something specific. So she went like, I don't know, Warhammer. The guy would be like, I know what you need. Space Marine Battle Force, new for Christmas, limited time only. Like that is the most red shirt like thinking I could possibly think of. Language. Ever. A little bit more, because like there's these like little energy tubes that I just totally forgot about. I was like, okay, I gotta make these glow. I'm gonna have them glow yellow just because my Nurgle stuff has like a yellow sub theme anyway. Oh, okay. She's not that bad. I to be fair, my assumptions were coming off the idea that like if she didn't know your armies, I didn't know if she didn't know much. But that's cool. Grey Knights are pretty legit. It'd be incredibly jank just because of angles, but you know, that's fine. All these need to do is glow a bit. Oh, sorry about the angling on this. There's just no real good way to reach this like little undercarriage area without like going like real buck wild. Like that's no, just engine. There we go. Better be fucking sorry. There we go. How you doing, Tropa? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and I am currently finishing up a Rhino, which has been pretty nice. See, actually, I've been thinking about like normally what I do for these is I do like a powdery bottom, but this is gonna directly touch a table, so I don't know if that's gonna be ideal or not. What were you up to, nerd? Let me see what you were up to. What were you playing or doing? What were you doing? Were you reading the entirety of Lord of the Rings? Wait, that would be buck wild, but also hell yeah. If people do not know me, I'm a Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and yeah, lads. Oh god, it's so shiny. I'm doing like a shiny goopy flesh, which I think I managed to get sufficiently gooped up. Gee, how you doing, Rick? How you doing? Walk for the whole length? 14 miles? Wait, were you on a treadmill? Because, like, here's the thing I have to ask. Because if I believe that any VTuber would walk 14 miles just into the fucking woods, it's going to be you. Okay. I had to double check. I could easily see you going on a forest adventure. Well, fuck yeah, let's go. God, you must be fucking exhausted, though. You were wearing chainmail? Hell yeah, let's go. Nice. Oh, yes. It's Dirty Down. I mean, that's still impressive. That's still impressive, you know, as a mini painting lad. I'm not in like the best shape of my life. I like it okay. I have a couple. I guess running out of disposable. I was just at the hobby store. I was just at the hobby store and I was like, I don't need any. I just need some primer here. This. Alright, so I'm going to be using a product called Dirty Down Rust. It is a really cool rust effect that I'm still really kind of getting used to. It's like a water soluble rust. And I fucked around with it a little bit. But I think that these guys got like good enough spikes, so I'm going to give it another go. So let's try out on this one. Especially because this is when I can see the number. So all these spikes are made of sprues. I took all the sprues I just have like a bunch of loose sprues that I keep. And I just took them and I just kind of like cut them and carved them and whatnot. Remember I go like kind of thickish and then I just kind of use some water to like let it evaporate a little bit. There we go. Oh, hey, let's go. I found that these are apparently my local store is selling this, but I think Goblin Hut is still the like supplier. So honestly, they're doing the good work bringing the shit to the States. Massive elf pauldrons. I mean, you got to. If you're not going to show off the pauldrons, what's the point? I know what you're actually talking about, though. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. Also, yeah, especially if you just did like a 12-mile walk. If you need to like rest and chill, I totally get it. Yeah, if you want to see the whimsy of Dirty Down Rust, which is like entirely water soluble, but pretty legit. You get it on there, it starts to dry, and then you get like a little bit of water, and you kind of like do this. Try to like slightly reactivate it. That smells fucking terrible. I forgot it smelled this bad. I've only really used it like once. But yeah, I'm just trying to like, basically just trying to make it like feathery and like really chunky. I can just continue to add extra water to basically reactivate it, which is nice. It's probably the best way to do it, because like I'm gonna be doing a lot of spikes for this, and also like, you know, it's Death Guard. I want the metals to be fucked up. True. If it is a Nurgle thing, it does gotta smell at the end of the day. That is real. That's real Nurgle facts. Continue just to like get it a little damp, get a little bit on there, and try to reactivate it and just see how this works. I guess I can always go back and add more to if I need to. So I legitimately forget if I was using a blow dryer or not when I was fucking. Oh, the bottom one also needs to be like touched up a little bit. There we go. A little bit on there, get a little bit on there. And I believe the blow dryer was something I was messing around with a little bit. Yeah, I can see some grit and some crust and some bullshit. I can continue just to kind of tap it. I do wonder how the fuck you're supposed to seal this. Like, I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna like go up to like my Rhino and fucking like lick it or whatever, but I really don't like the idea that like, I don't know. Like, I'm afraid of like if it got too humid. I guess it just has to be straight water to like reactivate it. So it's probably gonna be fine. Let's just continue just to get that. But yeah, so basically the Rhino has been a project that I put together during like when I cook all my Thanksgiving stuff because like my adopted family lives far away, but I want to still keep good. Like I want to be able to like when I need to. I need to be able to unzip my Thanksgiving skills and just cook a whole turkey without fucking blinking. Like, I feel like every time I get a little bit of this out, I need to like absolutely make sure I screw that lid on because I do not want this to explode. I can't even imagine the amount of carpet staining this shit would cause. It just brutalized some carpet. But yeah, I was just like, it was just so weird because I was like, well, I got a long weekend. What mini should I work on? You know, you guys all know I have tons because I have no self-control. But it's like, I could have done literally anything, but for some reason this little rhino is just stuck out. It's just like a fun little thing to do. I was like, you know what? I mean, I need it for an army anyway. My Death Guard, and also like my 3rd edition Chaos Space Marines. Even actually my Lost in a Dam could use a rhino. Really, rhinos are still very, very useful for Chaos armies, which is nice. Looks like that one's still going pretty good. So it's basically my idea is just to kind of like work the rust down. Because like I guess I could go thick. I guess that's also an option. I could just go thick and just see what it looks like. Maybe that's even the play, just to go thick on everything, wait for it to dry, and then just kind of season the taste. Instead of trying just to like get every single little bit of like trying to get everything nice and perfect and stuff like that. How's you doing, Grind? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am applying dirty down rust to this fucking rhino, and I think it's going good. Halfway to St. Eustace. Hey, let's go. Someday I will touch grass, but today will not be that day. I mean, luckily, getting a rhino to find shouldn't be too hard. I don't think I've ever bought a rhino new. Every rhino I've ever owned has been secondhand, just because they're just so common to find. Oh shit! Wait, did you get a new? Oh god, yeah. The like zoom stuff especially is like really fucking spicy with a proper camera. Oh yeah, I should also get these nubbins. Yeah, those nubbins definitely need that. Probably get a little bit more on the gun. This one, I guess this is also interesting because I could also just like kind of just do that. Just kind of splatter it and chunk it a bit. Take another 2 years. I mean, I'm still planning on trucking for a while, so like, yeah, you'll probably reach it someday. I believe. There's so many fucking angles on these. I mean, it's definitely going. It's definitely going. I can also see the more I dip it to refill the little disposable brush, the more crust accumulates just on the... Like, this is why, like, these little testers $5 brushes are fucking godsend. They're so good. They're so good. They're so handy. Strongly recommend people pick these up. Oh, God, hold on. Something I might need to do. I got a little bit of... Oh, okay. Oh, actually, it wipes up pretty good. I'm still gonna do it there. Keyboard is sufficiently under its protective shield, but I'm going to paper towel and put it there, so if I get some extra, it'll just accumulate there. Yippee! Touch snow. I would rather touch snow than grass. I do enjoy winter whimsy. I do have the winter whimsy deep in my heart. I like snow days. I like snow angels. I don't even care about like the stuff that's like Christmas bullshit sellout stuff. I love that shit. I don't care. On paper I should be a Halloweensman, but alas, I am filled with Christmas whimsy deep in my heart. Santa's #1 helper right here, motherfuckers. I guess I could also just go like... Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Nice and crusty, yeah. Yeah, especially if I don't decide to do the like... like I said, I usually use weathering pigment. And I think that's okay with some of the stuff I've already done, but I'm really afraid that this is just gonna get like weathering pigment all over a fucking table. So if I can rust it this way, that's fine. This is probably a better way to do it. Oh yeah, especially if you're dealing with like a lot of snow and stuff. I'm very like it's been weird. It's been like, I live in an area in the South where like if it snows even a little bit, everyone goes apeshit and everything shuts down. So like that's definitely a thing. But also like, where am I going with this? But it also melts super quick too. So it's like, it doesn't stick around long enough to get any like real enjoyment out of. Like I had a snowy yard for approximately like a day. How's you doing, Rosario? Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerdlandscape variety. What are you working on, nerd? I am applying dirty down rust to a bunch of Rhino spikes and whatnot. That's been going pretty good. I am really fucking with dirty down rust. Also, it's just, I'm just kind of using it just to get some of these underbits pretty good. But yeah. Hopefully your painting has been going well. It's been going great over here. Today was like enamel stage, applying the goop stage. Been going pretty good. No complaints here. Slowly just crusting the fuck out of this brush. Oh my god. Super duper glad that I decided not to use a real brush on this. But hey, hopefully the painting went well. Painting has been going legitimately. I've been having some like really good painting streams and other stuff. So it's been nice. Yeah, our current level of snow is like, you know how like when it snows big and a lot of the snow melts, but then it gets like, there's still like puddles of snow, like piles of snow. Like you'll go to like a store and there'll be like a pile of snow off to the side where they clearly like swept it away. And after a certain point, just like the sheer size of that snow pile actually like manages to maintain it. That's kind of what's going on where I'm at. I get like a little bit around here. It's actually kind of fun just to like, maybe dry brush is the wrong word, but yeah, just kind of like very loosely put it on shit. Paint it Exodite. Ooh, fuck yeah, let's go. Based Exodite enjoyer. I still to date, I don't think I've ever painted an Eldar model to completion, like not even once. Not have any real hatred of Eldar or anything, it hasn't happened yet. Still see little bits of purple, and I can just kind of use that to kind of like work my way around that. On there, get down there, get down there. All right, the rust wagon is doing pretty good. Let's rinse this off. Oh yeah. How is the tattoo treating you? How's the tattoo treating you? I'm gonna seal this for right now so I don't knock any off. Oh, well. I don't know why my tongue flicked out. Oh, hold on. I'm actually out of water, so I'm gonna take a really short drink break, which just feels weird to do on a Sunday, but like, yeah, longer Sunday streams. Yippee, let's go. All right, I will BRB. Wait, wrong thing. It's okay, you guys got some free nano shots. It's all good. Ooh. Oh, speaking of... back and filled with, oh god, it's still, oh, my whole room's like, smells like dirt. I can like really like, piss for like a second and everyone's dancing. Yippee! Alright. Headphones, got my brush, got my blow dryer. And we're back! Yippee! How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. It's me. The delicious, delicious fumes. Howdy! Mirror the design on the other leg. I mean, if you... See, that I don't know. I don't know enough about tattoos to give you, like, an even, like, basic educated opinion on that. Once, actually. Nanners has bit me once, and it was entirely my fault. So, like, I don't feel bad about that. So what happened was, it's like... So, I used to actively dangle prey in front of Nanners. Oh, shit, that's what I want to do. Hold on. You heard me again. This will take, like, a second. I forgot to do the thing I need to do. Okay, I needed to defrost the rat for Nanners, and totally forgot to do that, so whoops. Alright, I am back again. Sorry about that. Alright, now I needed to get some food for my sweet baby girl Nanners, because, like, you know, I'm going to try to feed her after stream. Whether she does, I don't know, we'll find out. It's always tricky to see if Nanners is going to... You know, actually, kind of the technique I did on this, where I just kind of stippled it on, actually... Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's the play for this rust effect, is you actually just don't. Also, how you doing, Jin? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? I'm currently fucking with Dirty Down a little bit. Because I think originally I just kind of poured it on, just thinking it was kind of work like a paint, but it actually does seem like if I just kind of like stipple out a bunch, it seems to work. How's it going though? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Howard, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Game Variety. Really lay into the Nurgle part of Nurgle and Game Variety today. I'm testing out Dirty Down Rust, which I've not really done a huge amount of stuff with. It seems neat, but I'm still learning like the best way to apply it, and it seems just to like stipple the fuck out of it seems to be the way to go. That to date, that seems to be the most consistent pattern for how to do this. Like, it looks really, really good on this fucking gun. Probably go look okay on this other gun. But hey, how you doing? How you doing? I'm hoping I've had this Rhino sitting in my house for a while, and I just kind of chaosed it up with some flesh and some various goops and whatnot. It looks like it's doing pretty legit. Wait, for the end of which story? I don't remember what the story was. So, you might be right. You might actually be legitimately right on that one. Yeah. I mean, if it's meant to be a synergistic double piece, I almost feel like getting the other half in line art would make sense to me. Because, like, maybe you would change your mind about colors and whatnot after seeing it there. So then that would be good, as opposed to, like, getting all the color on it, then doing the second one, and you're like, oh, actually, I don't know if I like that one. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, true. Okay, I can explain that. So, for context, Jen, I have a pet ball python named Nanners. She's my snake that I've had for many years. And I used to act, she's got like, she's a spider morph, so she's got brain conditions. And I used to actively try to like, I get like, you know, you're supposed to like, in theory, take the tongs and you shake the rat and the rat's supposed to be like, oh shit, prey. So used to be Nanners would sometimes strike at that and like she would miss and she would sulk and feel bad about it, so it's like, well, whatever. Not great, but it's fine. That's just like happens when you have a snake. And one day I was doing that and Nanners missed as usual. I'm like, this is not a big deal. So I started pulling it back. And I think Nanners in her like weird, like in her reptile mind that I was trying to steal her food. So she like snapped and bit me in the hand. And like, it didn't hurt. I will say it like legitimately didn't hurt because snakes, like the function of snake teeth is not to like bite and chew. It's to hold. So basically just a bunch of needles sort of went into my hand. And it didn't hurt. It pulled away. It drew like a little bit of blood, but nothing major. And like I just made sure to like kind of clean it up and everything. And like I was like, I don't think I need to go to the hospital for this. I looked it up and they're like, you don't need to go to the hospital for it. It's just like keep an eye on it and make sure like everything's good to go. And it was good to go. So and now what I do for Nanners is that at basically sort of before I go to bed, I will I'll just get like a rat and I'll just leave it out. Basically just like I put it so when you open a rat for a snake, it comes in a little box. And inside that box is a little Ziploc baggie with your dead rat. So what I do now is I will take out the rat and I will gingerly set it on its own packaging like wrapper. And I'll put that in her cage. So that way it's like, it's not covered with like, you know, like bedding and whatnot. And then if she bites it, she bites it. And then, yeah. No, she doesn't. Trust that Florida man. Oh yeah, I believe Florida people would know what to do with snake bites. That legitimately does not surprise me. But yeah, it was overall it wasn't too bad. It was just like a snake owner learning experience. It's like, yeah. Afterwards, I think that's probably when I started doing the like, because I think I just didn't know that Nanners would even go for prey. That was just kind of like left to hang, and it turns out no, she fucking that works better for her. So technically everything worked out for a happy ending. So yippee. This fucking bad boy. I need to get a little bit of stippled stuff in there as well. How are the spikes looking? Spikes? Okay, some of these spikes are still very much of the like... I did actually. It was so... If you would like to see that, if you go to my YouTube channel, look for April. I did a April Fool stream where it was a Nanners cam. The reason I don't do a permanent snake cam is because like it is... honest to God, it was 3 hours and 50 minutes of Nanners sleeping. 5 minutes of Nanners just like slowly approaching the camera. She yawned and then she went back inside her cage. Or her little hide, that's it. Replace all the single ladies in the background and Beyonce. Okay, that one's fine. Well, have a good night, Jane. Take it easy. She really is, yeah, no, like, once again, I love Nanners to pieces. If someone tried to harm her, I would harm them. However, Nanners is furniture. She stays she stays put, she barely moves, and like, that's fine. I don't expect my snake to be much. I'm just happy that I can have a reptile that tolerates me holding it. And really, that's perfect, you know? Because like, my first reptile pet I've ever had were anoles. Those like little cheapo little lizards because that's all I could afford. And those things, like, you know, most reptiles don't want to be touched. Snakes objectively don't want to be touched, but they'll deal with it. They don't care that. They don't really care in the grand scheme of things. Hey, doing, Muckrin? How you doing? I am working on this, I am working on the Rhino. I have learned kind of how to like stipple on paint for like the rust effects, and that's been going pretty good. I've been enjoying hitting it up like a little dirty down, but kind of just figured out like I don't want to like spread it. I just need to like do that. Kind of go to some of these areas I just felt like I missed. I was like, oh yeah, this one. I was like, I definitely knew I was missing some somewhere. There we go, there we go, there we go. How are you doing, Iron Wolf? Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. You know, it's a Death Guard tank. It's gotta be on the grimier side as one does. This has also just been me playing around with Dirty Down for a bit. I gotta say, it fucks. I still don't think I'm gonna use this for everything. Like, I think a lot of my more traditional Rust effects still work pretty well for what I want to do. But I think for this, it's kind of perfect. I think for exactly what I wanted to do for this project, it is kind of like a godsend. Hold on. Bit of the backpack. So what I found out that's still working for me is I taken one of these shitty little brushes, like remove a little bit of water and just kind of go like that. Basically just kind of aggressively stab it. And that seems to apply the little sediments where I want. And then you can just go back with water and sort of touch it up. I did learn how to draw manga in real time. Indeed. I take that and like get it like damp again. And then now I can just go to like, okay, it's like a little, like maybe a little bit too much back here up top. I can just kind of basically recreate, like redo the same technique, but get a little bit of water on there to reactivate it. You can kind of like spread it around. It's like, if you don't get it too much, it almost looks like it's burnt on, which I don't even think is like a bad look per se. Like it can definitely fuck. But I do want this to read more like Rust. Also, I think I have to imagine that the grit will fuck up a real brush, which is why I think these little, you basically, they're from testers. You can just buy like an entire pack for like $5. And I've been using them for all kinds of shit. They're very, very nice. Back a little bit, could use some. It definitely takes a bit. This is like the second time I've tried to seriously use this. The first time was on some Skaven for my Mordheim warband. But it's nice. It is nice. I'm very glad I picked it up on a whim during Black Friday shopping after finding 0 deals in my local area. Honest to God, yeah, I think no, that's not true. I got a deal on some shoes. Otherwise, Black Friday is dead. Nobody's selling shit. Like, they'll lower the prices on some things, but it's not, like, enough to really feel like a Black Friday. Or even, like, a real sale, to be honest. You're good. You're fine. Like that. I kind of forget that Boxing Day is a real holiday. Like, I know at least where I'm at in the US, Boxing Day is just not celebrated, really. So yeah, I don't know, maybe there'll be some sales for that, just for like appealing to international audiences, but yeah, no. At least in the US, it's not like really a thing. Yeah, this is a bit. You also wonder how much of this is just me, just like there is a time where sometimes just applying shit, just like what's it called? Where you just kind of just are doing shit and it doesn't really change the quality. Like, oh fuck, actually, that's, I got a little bit of the Dirty Down on the power coils and I think it actually kind of adds to it. Oh damn, you went hardcore on that. Oh holy shit. Buy more. No, I don't know if I can encourage that necessarily. I mean, it's your mama, you can do what you want, but I don't know why you're shooting for hair on me, but follow your heart. I'm more. Zoom. Set this aside real quick just because I don't need it anymore. I'm gonna say Dirty Down successful. I'm gonna let me blow dry this real quick. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to see the change. Also, I think the nice thing about Dirty Down is I could reactivate it more later. Oh yeah, you can just apply some tentacles and stuff there and just make it like more tumor-y. That would work. Oh shit, hold on. Okay, I do need to bring it back out actually. I lied. It's mostly I just forgot to use. I forgot to use them in those little bits. So once I get those, I'm gonna be hunky dory, I think. There we go. Yeah, I just forgot to go like that. There we go. I mean, that's nice of him to do that. That is a very nice gesture for sure. I mean, just having a kill team wouldn't be a bad idea. So yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. Grab this. Yeah, give some like dedicated like rust dirty down little. I did a real unfortunate thing where I decided to move a lot of my stuff off to the side. So there was legitimately, I was like, apparently this year is just realizing that I've fallen into habits that make me feel bad. Like, I was like, man, I feel like I'm stressed and everything. And like, I'm like, oh, it's because I boxed myself in this room because I put everything like so claustrophobically near me. And then also I'm stretching myself too thin. And it turns out when you deal with both of those, whoa, it feels good in your brain. Wow. Zev Warhammer-tism. Look around, motherfucker. Her stream, she grabbed her. Yeah, she did the whole like song and dance. It was real sad. I wanted you all to see it, but it's in, you know, capricious snake behavior real. So I got a little bit of the white paint. Well, this is gonna be good. Like the tricky thing with these kind of washes. Wait, a legit wait, Nanda. What's the issue? I'm super confused. I'm super confused what you need a legit copy of. We get a little bit on there, and I just oh no, this is gonna react. Oh, okay, this is gonna be interesting. In theory, the dirty down might be reactivating the glow effect paint. This is gonna be okay. This is gonna be an interesting little experiment for sure. That does, yeah. How you doing, Teresa? Welcome. How you doing? I'm making a big glowy fuck off tank. Oh, if you're still trying to buy Starfield, just buy a different video game. There's so many good video games out there. Why give Bethesda money for make? It's like if you buy Starfield, you're just giving them money for making a bad thing. Don't do that. Play literally any other video game. Even if it's not what you're looking for necessarily, I still think that'd be better to do that. Oh yeah, Rhino painting has been going good. I'm currently adding some, actually the glow might be the final step. Cause like I think I need to touch up like a little bit of the tire tracks. Oh, our Outer Wilds does fuck. I did enjoy Outer Wilds. One of these days I'll do the DLC. I don't know when though. I think I mentioned earlier. I mean, the thing is, I don't even know if like the mod you're looking for is going to really save it. You might still be better off just playing a different video game. There we go. Now we got a little bit of glow on there. Sorry, this is going to be really blurry. Let me zoom out a little bit, see if that fixes that a wee bit. Trust me, not that. I'm sure it's cool, but I don't even want to buy a shitty copy of that of Starfield for that. I'm good. I have other games I want to play anyway. So, like, so I was about to mention, yeah, I'm going to be after. I think, you know, I only play cool games like Ripper for DOS. You know, cool games. But for real though, I think after Ripper, like I said, I do want to try all the Fallout games, not Fallout games, Half-Life games. Jesus Christ, those are very different games. I'm gonna like really get this glow in there. I think it's working. It's really weird. I feel like I've been like struggling with getting glow effects that I used to get pretty consistently, and I don't know what the missing factor is. Continue to get around there. There we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah, well, Marathon's generous. Probably not Alex. I just don't have a 3D. I just don't have a VR setup. I'm sure there's probably some way you can play Alex without VR, but I'm good. But I do have, you know, so my goal is probably the OG 1, 2, episode 1, episode 2. I think that's all, like, as far as I'm aware, that's like the ones I want to hit up, like the main real ones. And that should be enough. And then I'll finally know truly deep down what Fallout does to make people go so crazy for Fallout 3. And I'm gonna be truly an enlightened individual. Part of me is wondering if I just want to get like I feel like it just like a little bit just keeps getting like, there's like a little bit that's still white in there, but like whenever I try to get like this, we'll find out. Yeah, I'm sure Alex is a pretty fun game. Yeah, but I feel like you're missing out a lot if you don't do that. I mean, the only Fallout game I've ever played is New Vegas, so I don't know. I don't think I really give a shit about Fallout 3 or 4. The originals would be kind of neat to do, but I kind of wonder if it's going to have a similar problem to Arcanum, where I'm just kind of dicking around for a while, and I don't know if that's like the most engaging viewing experience. I am seeing a magical little angle on this one. Like if I just really just kind of like, I'm sure a lot of these I'll just touch up later. Well, okay. I tried streaming Arcanum. And like I was enjoying Arcanum, but I do wonder that like if Arcanum is just too dense to be good to stream, if that makes any sense. Where like it was like a lot of reading and inventory management, and it's kind of one of those games where you just like kind of left to like fuck off on your own and sort of like find out what's going on. Which I think is that's cool for video games. Like, I'm not blaming Arcanum for doing that. That's like, you know, a cool thing to do. But I think, yeah, but yeah, basically what Matthew's saying, it's just really, really, really hard to like make that like workable things to entertain a crowd of people, if that makes any sense. But yeah, so like I gave Arcanum a good shot. I have been enjoying Ripper. I don't know if I'm going to really dive much into like FMVs. I'll give it a pause, I think, after this. I think FMV weirdness is some jank that I really, really enjoy, but I can definitely tell that people like, I don't know what's going on anymore, Hal, I'm checking out. So like, you know, after I get this out of my system, I think Half-Life will be good because like, I do generally want to try those out, but also I think you nerds knowing Half-Life more than I do will get a bit more out of it, if that makes any sense. You'll get some inherent whimsy to it. And I appreciate the nice soothing voice, but you know, still got to do shit. The yap environment can be, yeah, it's the maintaining maximal yap is tricky to do sometimes. And like, you know, so there are people that do it. There are people that stream like CRPGs and totally be fine. But for me it's kind of tricky just because I get lost in the sauce. Oh, like I know the ones you're talking about, Muckrin. I remember there's always like a cop themed one that was at this pizza place like we would used to go to a lot. Let's see. The Journeyman Project sounds really familiar. I don't remember. Journeyman Project game. I think take a look at that later. At least consider. I can't guarantee anything about streaming it, but But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Certain games, like, I do think certain games want you to get like deep in the shit. And I think there are games where you can get deep in the shit and still like it still maintain good. Like I do think legitimately maybe like 4X games might be kind of legit for that. Like if you're knowledgeable enough about 4X games without like, you know, just like getting like, when I say deep in the weeds in those, I mean like just like what does this menu do? What does this other menu do? I think if you manage to like have enough experience to move past that, those would probably be really good because you're like, yeah, fuck it, we're balling. Fire up this era, fire up this region. I know what's going on. I can't, like, you don't know 100% what's going to happen, but like you got enough grasp that you can sort of like maintain. I'm just doing like one more quick look around. I'll see top there. I definitely see myself poking around with the sticks a bit more, but like, otherwise it's not too bad. I just kept seeing that this one in the back was like, yeah, no, this one needs some particular, especially because like this is one of the ones that, like when you catch it from an angle, you're gonna notice that. Cursed individual, indeed. I mean, I'm a VTuber. I'm already a cursed individual, to be fair. It's a fun curse, but it is a cursed life. Oh, Jesus. All right. I keep getting... Okay, there we go. Put these aside again. All right. I'm debating... I think I need to apply a little bit of white just in the eye of the Plague Marine. The Horde I could maybe also dry brush a little bit. I think I can get a little bit more in there, but like for right now, I'm going to just try applying just a simple little dot. See, God, it really is real. Like I was, like, weirdly enough, I was thinking about like, I'm kind of like the idea of like maybe just watching some anime and doing like a little short video about it. Like this is not a guarantee or progress. I just keep thinking about that. I don't, the idea of doing like a, like, in my brain, I'm calling it like a video diary. Where it's like I just like watch something and I just like write down my thoughts and just kind of make a little video out of it. I keep thinking about that. It's been something that I've been thinking about a little bit. Okay, all right. It's gonna be enough just to kind of get in there. Let me just get a lot more. Maybe I just don't get enough on here. Grab a little bit. My fucking white is getting crusty as shit. I might just need to order some more. This is gonna sound really weird, but the first one I was thinking about starting out with was Lucky Star. Because like Lucky Star is like a very interesting place in my heart. It's not the first anime I ever saw that was Samurai Pizza Cats in the good old year of 1996. And like I did watch like very much in the Toonami era, but for me, Lucky Star is the kind of like encapsulation of actively becoming like, I'm no longer just gonna let like, you know, TV passively just give me anime. I need to go out and seek it and acquire it and then watch it. And like I've watched Lucky Star to completion before, so this would not be like my first like watch. I have terrible memory, so like my ability to retain stuff is like a whole other animal. But I don't know. I mean, Samurai Pizza Cats is objectively an anime. It is an anime. But, like, it's not the answer people are looking for when they say, like, oh, what was your first anime? They are not looking. They are not looking for Samurai Pizza Cats. I'm sorry. And, like, I know there's, like, a bunch of good shows in, like, the 80s and stuff, but, like, I was 6 when I watched Samurai Pizza Cats before school. A version of that show where everything is dubbed. Like it basically got like it got a Ghost Stories dub. It got a Ghost Stories dub where like nothing matches the original one. Nah, Ricky, don't do that shit. No, don't do that. Corey in the house is I know what you're doing, but nah. But for real though, for real, it was like like I said, it might not even be the first one that I actively remember needing to like go out and download and like watch subbed on my own. But it does have like a weird, I don't know, a weird feeling. I also been I don't know. I've been feeling like a weird sort of like anime nostalgic as of late, which is why I've been just kind of like I've been in like Genshiken has been helping with that, but also like been feeling like it's fun to say otaku again when everyone just says weeb, and it's like, oh, I miss shit like that, you know. I know your dust is imploding. I'm just saying that needs a little bit more on there. Why does that sound super familiar? Oh shit, God, this does look really familiar. And yeah, it's definitely got that same feel to it. Yeah. If we're talking about the first one I bought, that would straight up be Elfen Lied. I never did. I did never actually finish Elfen Lied because I only got, like, my local shop only had enough for me to buy Elfen Lied, the first DVD, and then that was just never available again. I mean, there's nothing wrong with your first being Marine, right? The awful. I mean, there's a lot of like awful Harry Potter anime. I remember like Raising was kind of like that. One of my favorite I think my favorite like 6 out of 10 show is what's it called? Magikoi. Fucking, oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. I think it's like Magiconomy. It's effectively like it's just another sort of like magical fake Harry Potter style magical school, but like it's really cheesy. I love it. Macademy wa Shoi! Macademy wa Shoi is really, really fun. It's a really fun show. Alright, I'm gonna let this guy dry a little bit before I apply more glow. In the meantime, I did grab some lads. I got a cannon lad and I got the metal lad. I think I did a cannon lad. I legitimately have so many of the other I have so many melee Plague Marines that I really, really could use some like not melee Plague Marines. First off, let's get some turquoise on his shirt. Some turquoise on there. Oh, guys, Ironblood Orphan's like 10 years old. Fuck. My brain still thinks of that as like a newer Gundam. Realizing that like Witcher Mercury is also now older. Not that old, but like, you know, Witcher Mercury's already come and gone, and then they did the whole like remake one. I don't know. Yeah, I did see one of my shops did. It's so like I'm not gonna say Macademy wa Shoi is a good show. That's why it's like my favorite 6 out of 10. But like it's I don't know. It's like that kind of like it's a very like comfort food cheesy show. Like the characters are goofy, the music is fun. There's an episode where an aggressively bisexual angel is sealed under the earth, and when he busts out, it turns into an Evangelion parody as they're trying to deal with the fact that he's like one of those like that era of like really, really, really fuck off muscular dudes. Like, let's see if I can get a picture of him. Let me get the shoulder pad and I'll see if I can grab it's like Huxspiel. It's a Latin name made very Japanese. I cannot remember how it's exactly pronounced. But I think that was the first one I saw because there's a while where that was like passed around. Like I legitimately do like I think that would do numbers. I think that would do numbers on Twitter, unironically. Like just that the full video of that scene in particular. I don't know if I'd say Fistador. Like I would say like if you took Hard Gay and made him more muscular. I think that let's see if I can find that. Let's see if I can find a picture of him. Let's see if I can get that. Oh, Baka Test is fun. I watched that when it was airing, and that was every now and then people talk about Baka Test. There's also a Macademy wa Shoi TRPG which I do own. I do own the TRPG. What if anyone ever translated that? I can't imagine they would. It's like why like out of all the Japanese TRPGs that could be translated, I don't know why you would do. There we go. Let's see. Oh god, I like how it's like, you know when something's old enough that like straight up like there's nothing above like 1,000 pixels height. There we go. I think the TRPG came around with that. All right, so this lad, there we go. Here we go. This is sort of what I mean. This is what I mean. He does actually like eventually become like a reoccurring character, which is fun too. But yeah, no, they the other teachers sealed him in a rock because he was too horny. And then he gets unleashed and goes on a rampage. Fun stuff. The TRPG, I mean, it's also the TRPG uses the fear system, which a lot of Japanese TRPGs uses, which is like take 3 classes, add them together. I think you could probably just run it using fear. Like, I'm sure there's some game that uses the fear engine that's been translated. I don't know which ones, but I know there's gotta be a couple at least. But yeah, like I said, like, I don't think I could objectively say that Makadami Washoi is a good show, but I will say that I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it and did enjoy it. Maybe I'll give it another watch as well. I don't know. Like I said, this is also maybe a little bit of like, I'm torn because on one hand, the idea of trying to do a video on me watching anime is like the most like content poisoned brain thing I've ever heard. But I also keep seeing reoccurring, this is going to sound really stupid. I keep seeing reoccurring things where people say the idea that like a lot of people who used to be like tastemakers in anime are kind of gone. Where the idea of like somebody who's like, oh yeah, this is a cool show, you should check it out, like still exists but has gone like way more niche. And I'm like, oh, that could be neat. I also do, what's it called? I also do have bad memory, so I actually do wonder if maybe if I like watch something with the intention to write it down and take notes, if that legitimately might help my brain. How you doing, Topo? Yes, this is a Boomafu. I forget why we were talking about Zabumafu when Zabumafu came out, but I'm just gonna leave him on screen because it's fun. How you doing? How you doing? I'm painting some Death Guard while my Rhino is drying. You mean anime elf to be fair. True. Like, I don't know. That might be a fun thing to do, but like, unlike a lot of things I promise, this is very much into like, oh, this might be neat, but like no guarantees it's going to be real. Like no guarantees or promises or even like, I know a lot of times I say I'll do shit and it just doesn't happen, but like even less so than usual for this. This is very much an idea that I keep thinking about, and I don't know how much I'm going to commit to anything, but the idea sounds nice. Hey, let's go. Yeah, I'm glad you've been doing good. Oh, you know, like, I'm not, what's it called? I do think everybody has like junk food, media, and shows and stuff that's just like, yeah, just fun to enjoy, even if it's stupid. Oh yeah, no, yeah, Konosuba, it's legitimately like pretty much the go-to system for licensed TRPGs in Japan. I think it's just like one of those things that like, if you don't know a lot about TRPGs, you could, it's kind of like almost how like in America, a lot of adaptations and RPGs for a while were made on the Powered by the Apocalypse engine. There's nothing wrong with Powered by the Apocalypse, but like a lot of people would just kind of use it because it's like, hey, are you an artsy fucker or do you have a license and you like to put together a RPG, but like you don't know like how mechanics work? Well, all you can do is just make a couple playbooks and just give them like a couple of minor stats, which the math is really already just kind of done for you in the core Apocalypse World stuff. Hey, it's all good. It's all good, dog. Have yourself a good night and take it easy. Also, I don't know why the idea of just like, because like, you know, you got a long name, shorten it to dog is perfectly cromulent thing to do, but it's like just saying take it easy, dog is really funny. I don't know why. Because of fear, because of, oh really? Okay. So it's like a weird double derivative. That's interesting. Just have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Huh. I feel like Ariana also sounds very familiar, but like I cannot put a finger on where I know that name from. It sounds super familiar though. Like I don't know if that's just like another anime or big show. I'm still sad that fucking, I think it's called Red Dragon. Also, my big ass tail's getting away. I'm very sorry. You guys, so there's a while where it was like a bunch of anime directors and like people. It was like, it's like Jin Urobuchi, fucking Nasu from Fate, and I believe like, I think it was the author of Baccano, maybe someone else. But they were getting together and they did just like a big TRPG campaign. And it seemed really, really neat. It was basically like their own system, their own world, and like there was like little tidbits of it, and it seemed really, really cool. And then but like it remained basically in this neat trailer format for years. And then it got adapted as an anime, and the anime was bad. It basically had, I think like none of them actually ended up working on the anime, and like that little plate doing. It was just kind of just a real all around disappointment. I was like, oh man. It's like I remember watching that trailer a lot because it's genuinely very, very fun. And like you got weird shit like Nasu made a character which is a very Nasu character. Where his character was a guy that like whenever he wielded a piece of gear, he used it to its entire lifetime of potential in one go. So like on one end, he would pick up a sword and then like sword somebody ungodly hard with the sword. Basically take an entire lifetime of sword swings out of this one strike. And then the sword would explode. So this motherfucker carried around like a golf bag of swords because anytime he had to do that, it would explode afterwards. And like, I don't recall if this is 100% true, but I think there was some mention that like, that didn't just happen with swords. That happened with everything. Like he had to actively be fed because if he ever picked up a fork, he used the entire lifespan of that fork. The godly pickup of that piece of corn with that fork. I don't know, corn fork's not right. But let's say spoon and soup. He has a spoon. He's going to eat some soup. He puts the soup in this. He basically like spoons the fuck out of that soup at like a cosmic powerful level. And then the spoon explodes. Like I think he straight up his like maids had to feed him some shit. And like that's like I would see stuff like that, be like, that sounds awesome. I want to see what a bunch of people who have gone on to like direct and create like really cool things. I want to see what they do. And then it just sat for a while and just became like a 4 out of 10 fantasy anime. Like, well, that's unfortunate. That's real tragic, sadly. It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, getting those guys stuff like that. Yeah, it's a fun idea. There was like some other bits to the lore of that I at one point in my life recalled, but I have just forgotten now. Let's see, I don't think I don't really want to show it on stream, but I want to see if I can find this. I think that's kind of how it worked, because I'm pretty sure, like I said, I think the guy had to have like a maid or some sort of helper that would do that. Let's see. Oh god, Red Dragon trailer? The problem is also Red Dragon, assuming that's the name, I might be fucking it up, is the most generic fucking name of all time. Like it might be called Crimson Dragon, but I'm not. Let me find out. I'm gonna go to my. I think if I go to my favorites. God, if I can't find this in like super short, I'll just ignore it. But let's see. View full playlist. I haven't looked at this playlist in a while. Okay, come on. And actually, I kind of like how I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be eventually like tinting this. I do kind of like how this brown, this like kind of turquoise looks. It does look nice. All right, I'm back. Like, you know when you go into the depths of your like favorites list. I'm seeing things from like 15 years ago. Yup. So it's definitely gotta be back here. Oh, don't tell me. Don't all the IO says Toho does punk is 12 years old. Fuck me. Okay. Keep going. No, I don't have it saved. Or maybe it got removed from YouTube. Oh no, it might have gotten removed. Alright, I'll have to go on a journey later. I'll have to look that up later. See if I can find it. Wait. Is it called Chaos Dragon? Oh shit. It might have legitimately might have been called Chaos. No. No, fuck. People keep using the characters from it. Oh, okay. This is not a hallucination at the very least. I did not find the trailer, but I did find the character I'm talking about. And like, tell me this is not the most Nasu looking character of all time. Like, look at this guy. Look at him. For context, Nasu is the guy who wrote Fate Stay Night and other Fate things and Tsukihime and everything. Like, that looks like a character he would make in a TRPG, like 100%. Like, easy, yeah. And this is what I'm talking about. He's got like, it's, you know, kind of like a, like, just like a fancier version of a golf bag filled with swords. Guys, it's great. I'm good. Yeah, fuck Barbarian. Fuck this stupid fucking movie. It was fun to watch. It gave me a headache, but there we go. The lad. Put him next to the coelacanth that will just continuously be on my stream. And I think it's time to go back to the Rhino. Well, let me zoom out a little bit. I'm like way too zoomed in. Oh, there we go. Goodbye. You know what? No, that's fine. I'll leave it on the other screen for now, like, as a treat for myself. So we got the Rhino. I gave it plenty of time to dry, so I should be able to use the yellow contrast paint. This is Zealot Yellow from fucking Army Painter. Now I should just be able to like really get into there and just kind of like get it pretty thick so that way it'll stain the adjacent areas with some glow bullshit. If I can ever find that trailer, I'll try to post it in the Discord, because it legitimately... The weird thing about Red Dragon, though, is the trailer. So this is... I don't recall, like, how this project was initially, like, distributed. But the trailer was in English. Which was... just a strange choice, but if you like, I'm guessing they chose English, not because of any, like, we're gonna tap into an international audience. I think it's just, like, you know... In the same way that weebs find it to like random Japanese words is cool, just like Japanese people are always gonna be like, ooh, random English words. Fuck yeah, let's go. There we go, I'll leave that. That looks pretty reasonable for the eye. Which I appreciate. I like English is cool, Japanese is cool. I am fully on board with cultures just vigorously stealing each other's languages for fun. For whimsical reasons. I love that shit. What kind of... I got like a stone gray. That might be good. I think I'm just gonna dry brush the bone on his spike. Maybe touch up. How much touch up do I want to do? English is cool. All right, is this a little bit on here? I think weirdly enough, the more I keep using this brush that I've been using as a dry brush, it seems like it's almost like self-healing. Kanban evening, Mina-san. Chris. Alright. Yep, just getting a little... Making the tip look a little bit more horn-colored. There we go. I'm okay. Maybe a little bit more. Yippee! Was there, like... The problem is, like, the tongue. The tongue, I think, is too... I think the tongue is too much like the armor. So I'm going to go back to the pink, actually. I'm going to go back to making the tongue pink. Originally I did like a purple with like a pink dry brush. I think I'm just going to straight up just try to go... Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Yeah, okay, this sticks out a lot more. I'm just trying to get all the angles. It goes pretty deep in the mouth, so I'm gonna get in there, and then I'm gonna dry brush it. And I'm probably gonna gloss it up. Yeah, he's got a tongue. Like it's like it was just too much. How you doing, Deadman? Welcome. Oh yeah, I've been doing. Basically, today's goal is to get this Rhino done, and I'm very close. I think I'm actually like pretty happy with the Rhino. I just need to get the. Yeah, I think I just really need to. So I need to get that tongue painted a different color. It was just too much like the actual body. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? So curious how it looks from the front. Yeah, hold on. In the back. So I have these, like I said, I got these little magnet pads. I actually think I'm gonna hit them with the Dirty Down, weirdly enough. I can't stop using Dirty Down in the stream. I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm gonna stop it. I'm done Dirty Downing. But I think realizing that how much those just kind of stick out. If I can like rust them up a little bit, just from the front, I think it'll look good. Oh yeah, the Nasu character would look very much like for content. I'll put it back on stream for Deadman in particular. We're talking about, I think it's either Red Dragon or Chaos Dragon. I cannot remember the name. But it was a TRPG thing that like Nasu and I believe the fuck is the guy behind Madoka? I'm blanking on his name now. I said it earlier. But yeah, this is Nasu's character, a man that whenever he uses an instrument or like an item, he uses it to its maximum life potential and then it explodes. Which is why he's got a bunch of swords, because you can't use a good sword with that character. You can only use shitty swords, because each one will detonate upon reaching true instant potential. I'm gonna go in there and hit those up with the rust, so that way they stick out less, and then do a similar swing from the back. I'm also legitimately curious how much this like Dirty Down rust is gonna last for. Do I just hit the entire bottom? I am curious. I'm a curious lad. One of these basically takes an entire brush full just to kind of like... Let me going pretty okay. I can see the crust build up. You know, an angle grinder and abrasive disc. That would probably help. It's gonna. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. I am enjoying this. Just the pure tactile, just like fuck it, mash rust. Who gives a shit? It's the bottom. Like, no one's gonna look at the bottom, but I wanted it as somebody looks at the bottom, it's just gonna look like the bottom of a Nurgle tank, where it's just all rust and sadness. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. Like, so originally, I forget who said it, but like, I know Dirty Down's primarily for like costuming. Was this kind of a costuming thing? Yeah, so these are 3D prints. Might as well get those. This is gonna chip off like a motherfucker, but that's fine. I forget who did these, but some guy on Colts basically made a bunch of these, and like, I carry everything with magnetized trays. So these were a fucking godsend. These were fucking great to have. Because I can just slam that motherfucker on the bottom of this, and it works out totally great. The only downside is that, like, it does fuck with the profile. Like, reseal this Dirty Down just to make sure it doesn't explode. Let me put this stuff back again. I definitely won't use it again tonight. Nope, not at all. Like, you can see it. Like, you can see them there. But I think it's fine. Like, if you're not super paying attention, it's not too bad. Rhino? Yay, let's go. I don't know. So this... Let's see, hold on. I think if you just look at, like, if you go to Colts 3D, like, this is something you're not going to find on My Mini Factory. See, I do have, like Muso Black, which is very similar to that. It's good, but for mini scale things, it's not quite like the miracle, like everything in one it's kind of like touted to be. Like, it's cool and like, but at mini scale, it's not quite as like potent as you would hope. Because I've used it for some like flight bases and stuff like that. Like if I use like a little, little metal rod, and like that, like if I use that to like a little brass rod to make something fly, it's fine, but it doesn't really look that much different from a traditional black. Okay, so now I need to dry brush some pink. I'm basically mixing like a ivory color and a pink. That way I can just add a little bit of like... That like... can't tell. Like, there's like a little bit there, and I'm like, is that pink? Is that goop? Like, what is that? Like, I could see them trying to scope some on, but I could also just be like, fuck it. He's got like a big tongue and a little tongue. Who gives a shit? There we go. We'll do that. Do I still got... Oh, all my gloss mediums hardened. That's fine. I just need like a little droplet. There we go. How's the eye looking? It's not looking too bad. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? I'm gooping. 1-800, are you gooping? This kind of look like it's not spreading to the other. So I wonder if I can just get like a really, really thin... God, this stuff dries so quick. So like I can't use the contrast speed paints on my wet palette because it'll just instantly get absorbed. And that's fine, but it also means the stuff dries stupid quick, and it's like, oh, okay. I get like the air vaguely around there. This is something that I might go back and tweak later, but also it's like a... I don't know why I don't care that much. There we go. Or maybe, I don't know. It depends. Sometimes I'm like, fuck it. Let's, you know, get better done than not done. And then sometimes I'll just be like... But I think he's going to be fun, though. This is a solid Rhino. Yippee. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. I've been working on this lad, and then I got another lad. Because I have a decent amount of Death Guard painted, but I don't have like a full, like, there are Death Guard squads of like, you know, like certain models. It's like, okay, this guy's got like I think it's a heavy blight launcher. I don't have a heavy blight launcher. I don't have a couple of other miscellaneous odds and ends. Like, I got guys with bolters for days because it was that like one of those things. I legitimately just looked up like magnet mount for Rhino. Unfortunately, Colts 3D fucking blows for actually like linking people things. If you poke me on the Discord later, because like I can eventually find it, but I will have to dig forever because it hates me. I mean, Dark Tide's pretty cool. I've barely played Dark Tide. I think the problem is, like, a lot of the cool new 40k games that have come out have been either really long or really multiplayer, and I typically don't go for either of those a huge amount. So it's been kind of tricky for me just to kind of keep up with that. But it does seem like a neat game. I played it a little bit. I did play Dark Tide a little bit. Man. I forget if you're in there or not, but if you're not, I can go ahead, if anybody would like to, on both the YouTube and the Twitch side. I got a Discord link here. You can join us for movie nights on Wednesdays, which, So, last week we watched Barbarian, right? We watched, I need to explain this. This week's movie choice is going to be weird, and I need to explain my logic. We were watching Barbarian, and for a while it went really, like, serious, but also really, like, weird, like, if I say the phrase, like, Cinemax, like, softcore, do you guys get what I mean by that? Where it's, like, there's people having sex, and there's boob, but, like, you're not gonna see anything wild. Well, the Mother's Instinct was okay because that was ripped from a different movie. They just straight up stole that, which is buck wild. But we're like, this movie's, I don't know. So I was like, you know what? I've had this movie on the list for a bit. Let's just lean into something that's like softcore but campy and fun. So the movie is called Slave Girls from Beyond Infinity. See, Mugrin gets it, yeah. It's a type of media that I don't even, it straight up can't exist anymore, you know? It really can't exist anymore because like you either like it's either just going to be like full-on porn or not. That only really existed in a very narrow time frame where you want something in an in-between state so you could show it on like fucking like Cinemax, which was like you would have to like a movie, basically kind of like HBO, but like worst choice generally. I don't recall Cinemax ever getting any particularly good picks. It was just mostly like they would just get movies that like HBO just didn't want after a while. Oh, if you're doing Iron Warriors, yeah, those magnetized bases are going to be a fucking lifesaver. Lightly get this. I was hoping we had an idea with like, I'm trying to prime my Death Guard brown that like if I just like, any little brown that was left in the cracks would be okay. It was basically, we have HBO at home. I think it like sometimes it would become free. I distinctly remember like my family has had it over various years in my life. And it would like, you know, it would basically like still, like it wasn't the worst shit ever. It's just that the like, you know, people will generally talk, I mean, okay, here's the best way to quantify it. You know how HBO is still around? I don't believe Cinemax still exists. Though I can't guarantee that. I keep hearing Tubi has a fucking ridiculous range. I keep hearing that as well. I have yet to fully dive into Tubi, but I am aware. No shit, Cinemax still exists. Warrior, a gritty, sexy, violent, pulse-quickening original series from Cinemax. Warrior is a crime drama set during the brutal Tong Wars of San Francisco's Chinatown in the latter part of the 19th century, where rival Chinatown Tongs fight for dominance amidst the growing anti-Chinese fervor that threatens to destroy them all. So I guess I just no longer do movies and just do like 1 or 2 word original series. What do you mean shop? Wait. If you go to the shop, it takes you to HBO. Oh, I bet they got their ass bought out. Oh, that certainly makes a lot of sense. Okay. I guess Cinemax at one point must have been absorbed by HBO because it clearly was the victor. But yeah, the big thing growing up was they had boobies after 12. Yeah. Real and true. Wait, what? I feel like I've tried to watch some movies on Tubi and they asked for an account. Maybe I'm just blind and or dumb. I don't know. I'll have to check that out again. But yeah, like I've heard nothing but good things about Tubi. Actually, to the point that I forget. I think somebody mentioned to me how they made money. I know I've asked for it before. And I cannot recall off the top of my head. I'm sure it's fine. That's maybe a bit too. I also forget. In my playlist, just kind of mixing with all the songs is a fucking half-an-hour Yuka Nagase concert. I don't mind it. It's just funny because sometimes I'll be like, I feel like I've been hearing Yuka for... Oh, yeah. I almost kind of did that on purpose, kind of. Like, I could remove it from the playlist, but I don't want to because I like Yuka. Oh, is it just ads? Oh, that makes sense. I'm not like violently opposed to ads, but like for me, it has to. For me, ads make sense when the exchange is equivalent. You know, if Tubi's like, this is a dumb free service, here's ads. I'm like, you know what? Fine. I am getting free service, and then you get ads. That is how this exchange goes. But when you got like, I had to get off Hulu ages ago because it was like I was paying for Hulu, and I got ads. I'm like, this is some horse shit. No, I'm good. This purple. I mean, this gun is going to need to be metal. I don't know what parts just yet. But right now, I'm just going to... I think I'm just got the big bulk thing. Just going to be purple. Also hoping if I also make the trim this blue color for the tarnished metal. And then eventually I need to like... And I get a little bit of purple on it, but I dry brush it. It's still going to look, you know, tarnished metal. So I think it'll be fine. Yeah. It's like, you know, I don't like ads, but I'm aware that for certain things they're necessary evil. No. Do I hate that when I go to a website on the internet that's not like a closed garden, like proprietary thing like Twitter, that I'm blasted with ads? I hate that. I hate that so much. That drives me fucking nuts. And I know a lot of things on the internet don't make money. Conceptually, I get it, but God damn, some of these ads are just fucking... Like, I just can't read anything. The internet is actively worse because of those kinds of ads, which is why I despise those. But yeah, if I'm sitting for Tubi and you want to sell me like car insurance I won't buy, sure, okay. I am watching free movie, so sure. Tell me more about Progressive, I guess. I don't know what they actually advertise on Tubi. I'm just going with like the default ones I get on YouTube. Let's look at the other guy for a bit. I guess I can go get the other guy's trim maybe. Even though the other guy does have a heavy melee weapon that I really don't need, he's still a guy I'm gonna have to paint eventually. So get some like really basic kind of layers of purple on him. He's getting there. I think I'm basically doing like a weird. Oh god, that's probably a bit thicker than I would have liked, but still, like I can like pick that up and spread it around and stuff. Yeah, I guess I basically did just kind of accidentally glaze on a couple of bits of armor plate. That is fine with me. Let's go. Yeah, eventually, like basically like in between projects, I have always had a gigantic pile of Death Guard. Like the thing is, like I can comfortably run a Death Guard army with just like one unit of Plague Marines and be fine. But I just, for a while, it's just like, I was mentioned, I think, a while ago, but like the reason I have so many, because for like, I believe it was like 8th edition, and prior to that, the idea was like, okay, you don't want to use a specialty weapon unless it's like really fuck off good. So like most of the time you'd be like, okay, I'm just going to run vanilla bolters. And you're like, that's fine. But then eventually when things kind of like, it's that kind of inherent thing that like they have to be costed really right. I don't think G-Dubs has ever really found that balance, especially for Death Guard. So like the reverse of that is what we got now, where it's like heavy weapons and special weapons are free. So the entire unit is just like, you know, you could bring a bolter if you're stupid. There's no benefit to it. Bolters are just inferior to every other weapon, you know? Guess it may. Hey, let's go. I don't have any metal model. I do have like the really old, like somebody at my shop just ages ago was just selling the you know the Forge World Plague Marines, like the I believe, I forget when they were, but like the ones that are like fucking blanking on it. The ones that are like the really shitty old resin. I do have a couple of those. They are in various pieces because like they were getting paint stripped off of them, and I needed time to sort of like. Effectively, like I was able to strip the paint, but it softened the resin, but it does seem like after a while it does sort of like re-harden back into place. And I would like to paint those up, but there's also part of me that so this is kind of an interesting little quirk, right? So I play 3rd edition, but I'm playing 3rd edition with newer models. My friend is basically playing, he's not using necessarily older models, but he's using like 3D prints sort of based on older models. And because of that, they got older model proportions, and really they got older model base sizes. So like, my guys are always gigantic on the battlefield. Like I was running Chaos Possessed, and like, you know, in current 40k, they have a 40mm base, and that's fine. But like in older editions, they weren't. So like the game is sort of based around the assumption that most things aren't going to be on a 40mm base. So like they get congested really easily. So I was like, I could just take those guys, and like they're itty bitty anyway. So if I just put them on 25mm bases, I could just be like, okay, these are going to be the bolter dudes I use whenever I play 3rd edition. Like they're specifically designed for this. They fit the best on the table. And I was like, that might be a good way to go. I'm mixed on metal models. I grew up on metal because of War Machine, but like every time I fuck with them now, they're really annoying. Yeah, like at least obliterators aren't too bad on a bigger base, because there's, even back then they were still kind of like a specialty piece. But yeah, I remember just like trying just to charge out of a Rhino, and just like legitimately there was just not enough room for all my possessed to actively engage his units just because of base side discrepancy. And I was okay with it because like it still worked out in the end for me and everything. It wasn't like a major crippling handicap. So I was like, it was fine. But it is just something just kind of funny that you just don't think about. You're like, yeah, base size creep is a thing. But like, you just kind of like, yeah, whatever. I just rebased my guys. So it doesn't matter. But then when you play 3rd edition, you're like, oh god, no, the base size creep is real, and it's actively fucking my shit up. So yeah, I might eventually paint those guys. I also have like, I have a couple guys that are on 32 millimeter bases that I might need to just. So when I bought my Death Guard guys, here I could let me get this pauldron. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So in addition to those, somebody back in the day was actively trying to make more Death Guard. They're trying to make more Plague Marines. And they had a couple, I think these were the source of the Forge World guys, but they also just had some, like, regular Marines. And they did some stuff. Let me grab them real quick. Hold on. Oh, God. Oh, God, I forgot about him. I have a fucking old Calgar I gotta do something with. I gotta do something with this son of a bitch. And now 2 Victrix Guard. Blah. Okay, so like, here's what I'm talking about. I got a couple of the old Plague Marines. Some of these parts I don't even know if they belong to Plague Marines, but they were just given to me that way, so fuck it. So yeah, I got a couple of their torsos. But then what happened is that the guy did like this. This is an old TAC Marine. And I guess he just took like a hot like metal rod and like scored the side and warped the face. And like basically gouged some holes into there. And I was originally, and he did this like, or like this guy who he just kind of jammed 2 spikes into the head and did something similar. And I was like, I find these charming. Like this guy I think is the closest approximation to like trying to get one together correctly. Other ones I got. Yeah, a lot of goopy melt heads. I actually legitimately like how that battle damage looks on there. I think it legitimately looks pretty nice. And I started to work on these a while ago. And, oh no, this is the legit guy. And it's like, these guys are cool. But I was putting these together. Basically, I didn't want to change them. I think the only change I did was one of them was missing a backpack, which I just used the backpack. So I was like, okay, what I want to do, what I think would be good. Let me put these guys back on the shelf real quick. Hold on, gentlemen. We're really wedged in there. Okay. I think those guys, like, the bases I started to do for them were pretty cool. They were legitimate bases. There's nothing weird with those bases. But, like, I might shrink them down to 25 mils. I'd just be like, okay, the original owner back in the day really wanted them to be this size, and by God, I've actually never done like a turn. I've always done like metal. This might be fun to do like a turn bronze on there. So I was like, yeah, so I was like, that could be fun. And then if I play 3rd edition, then I can just have like a bunch of like 25 millimeter Marines come out. Like, am I still going to use my big boy, my big noise Marines? Yeah, because every time I run my big noise Marines, every time I've run my noise Marines, what happens is that like, they'll fuck shit up. My friend will like try to like, you know, you're supposed to engage them in melee. And then by just sheer weird luck, one of them doesn't die. Oh God, speaking of which, like in today's big turnip thing. So I was playing the gutter snipes and I was able to like, we were doing a big siege map. It was actually like 2v1, but the other guy was running a bunch of ballistas and like started on defensible terrain that was on the other side of a river, right? And the gutter snipes have the ability to actively like teleport your dudes behind enemy lines. And my Toph had actually gotten some upgrades from, we were doing a thing that like every time you won a battle, you would roll twice on the mutation table and choose your favorite. And if you didn't, you would just roll on the mutation table. My Toph got 3 extra attacks. And whenever she engaged someone in melee, their vulnerability went up by 2. So it just made them shittier to like, it basically lowered the defenses of everything she was in melee with. Now, Lady Ilyana is a sniper, so she's supposed to normally have 1 attack and hit on a 2-up on a d6, which is nuts for turn-up. But it turns out if you mutate her into having melee attacks, she's also fucking insane, and she just teleports to the backlines and was just ripping and tearing. How you doing, Yurito? How you doing? Welcome. The big Rhino for tonight, I believe, it's either done or done enough for tonight. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see that. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I could probably run this as is. I might do some off stream taking a look at like what's up with this. To see if there's like any other little things I might want to hit up. No. So what happened was I was challenged to a Toph off because my opponent's Toph had 3 of the upgrades that decreased their vulnerability, so they could only be wounded on a 1. But the thing is, because I had the thing that made it so that like the enemy's defense was worse, and all my attacks basically auto hit, and he just couldn't hit shit. I just ended up just ripping and tearing, because like my Lady Ileana is the Gene Stealer one, so that has a bunch of Rippers on the base. So the Rippers just pretty much just like went to town. It was brutal. Holy shit! It was. The Gunner Snipes just keep getting their ass blasted off the board, and I still don't know the best way to actually deploy them yet. I think it's because I want to be like real greedy, teleport behind you, nothing personnel kid, but then they just get lit up. I was like, oh yeah, they don't have any defensive tech in their 4 models. Yeah, with 6 up deep. Yeah, I keep forgetting that, and like conceptually, I'm aware. It's like, yeah, if I get into melee like that, they're going to die. But I want it. I crave violence, and then they die, and then they die after that. Which was like, overall, it was a fun night. It was a fun night. It did eat up my entire day though, which I'm actually okay with now, because like like prior to this, it was like probably go to play war games, come back, and then do D&D, and then stream, which was a lot. But now, like, if I don't want to go to a war game like Sunday, that's like pretty easy to duck out of if I need to. Oh shit, there's a Nurgling on there. I totally just did not notice the Nurgling on there. This has been nice. This has been nice. Like I said, I feel refreshed. The big thing that I'm looking forward to is like the guild is not the greatest place to work at, but one benefit of the guild is I get ludicrous holiday hours. So like after next Friday, I got like, I believe 2 weeks off. I need to double check, but I think I got 2 weeks off, which I'm hoping is like, I'm also going to try to work on some projects and do some big clinging and whatnot, but I'm hoping that this is going to be like the big rest reset I need. Just like a big catch up on infinite sleep, just like recharge the tanks, pay off the sleep debt. Like, I've done this before, and it doesn't necessarily always work out into being like I'm the most productive Sigma grindsetter that ever lived. But should still be fun. Still should be nice. Right, look at you. I still really like this color scheme. I generally really like this kind of blue and brown. I might need to use that on something that's not like going to be tarnished away. How do I want to do this? He's also got like a big funky knee I need to tarnish up as well. I also might want to tarnish up the gun. Let's see. Go like this, and then like this, and then like a little bit on the. Okay, there's like a barrel, and then the barrel has like a little hole. The tricky thing is what I really, really want for this guy is I want to 3D print him out like a... Because like I was previously working on some Nurgle bases that I wanted to be more techy. Like I was trying to do... There's like a Mechanicum kind of like pack or whatever. And it seemed neat, but like the bases, when I printed them out, they're just like too big and bulky and they just didn't feel right. So what I want to do now is just like attach a pipe to these. And just maybe like use some of the new basing techniques I've been using, which I think would be a good fit. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I could use that. I've been yapping and forgetting to drink. There we go. It's awesome. Let me get stretched too. Oh, there we go. Oh, sweet Jeebus, that feels good. Oh, he's also got the little bit on the back of his grenade I gotta fix. Let's get you. Okay, so you still need to dry a little bit because I did that. Let's go back to this fine lad. It's also fine. So originally I painted this guy purple, but like I think what I did, I think I just like primed over this with the brown. Death Guard is going to be really interesting because I basically have kind of done them at various stages of my painting journey, and I don't think any of them look bad. Like, I think none of my old Death Guard I look at like, oh, disgusting, I hate these. But like, I can definitely tell like when I paint them and it's like I've gathered like new techniques and skills or just like little tricks and whatever. I'm like, oh yeah, no, I can definitely tell the improvement. So like, I haven't done a proper new batch, and I'm very excited. Also, I didn't get very many of the new Age of Sigmar Nurgle models. I did not get very many of them because, you know, Magfest a new model, but I did get the Rot Swords, which I'm very excited about. They're like the guys with the like, they're very nurgly, but they got armor on them that looks pretty chunky. And I'm pretty excited about them. I didn't get the Blight Kings. The newer Blight Kings are very like neat and regal, but like they're fine. They look good. They don't super excite me as much as some of the other ones do. The horse guys are kind of neat too, and I think I would rather not do the horse guys, not for any real reason. I think it's just because every time I've done a cavalry project for a while, I've just never fallen through on it. So yeah, I might eventually get more of them later, assuming that like they don't like insta sell out forever and they'll just never be in stock. It's probably going to be fine because I believe Age of Sigmar stuff doesn't like clear out like 40k does, even though I have a feeling a lot of these guys are going to be sporting some Death Guard power packs and shoulder pads, and that's going to be enough. Oh god, speaking about giving some guys some 40k shoulder pads. So I was looking at Wrath of Kings, right? I was looking at Wrath of Kings again, the game, the war game that I enjoyed that's been hella dead. Also, how you doing, Alina? How you doing? Welcome, everyone. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm a Howard, the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nerdlands game variety. What were you working on, nerd? What are you working on? I was painting. Oh, let me see. Let me put them up there. There we go. So how you doing, Itelos? Welcome. So right now I'm working on some Death Guard Plague Marines, but really what I was working on, let me zoom out, is this fucking Rhino. Hell yeah. Worked on this Rhino today. It's doing pretty good. There might be some like minor post-stream touch-up stuff, but I think overall I'm pretty happy with the results. It's like I like how shiny the flesh is. I'm glad that the flesh is shiny, but like the actual thing is pretty matte, which is good. But yeah. Yeah. The lad. How you doing, Casual? Yeah, this is so all of these were attached with baking soda and like super glue to like really make the really stick the spikes on. Then I used Tamiya putty. No, I think I used sprue goo to build up the flesh to like kind of give it some like body and whatnot. How you doing? What were you working on? Like I said, barring like really specific fucking around, I think I got the, hold on, one thing I do want to get. I think I got a little bit of the rust on the tarnished stuff, so I'm just actually going to try to remove a little bit of that. Actually, it'll be a good test to see what removing this is like. Oh shit, hey, let's go. Lisu. Every now and then I get the urge to pick up some Legos, but then I'm like, oh, they're actively more expensive than Wargaming now, so I'm fine. Also, Yoshino, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Thank you. So yeah, this lad is doing Chinese the tongue. I recently applied a shiny coat to the tongue again. Oh, I think there's like a little bit more gloss I could do near the bottom. Let me do that real quick. Also, thank you, Yoshino. Thank you. I'm like I said, I'm a mimic elf, so normally I'm a bit more like this. Hey, awesome. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let me get under that tongue and just apply another. The nice thing I like about gloss layers is I can just apply more. And the more gloss I apply, the better it looks. Yippee. But yeah, I've been trying to get this guy ready because I want to use him for... I see what you're doing there, nerd. So how you doing, Avaloon? Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, there we go. Working on very nice lad. But yeah, so like I said, that's basically done. I might fuck around with it a bit, but yeah, it's fun. But yeah, I've also got some Plague Marines because I will never run out of Plague Marines to paint. Plague Marines are just eternally part of like my backlog. But like it's never really urgent to paint them, which is nice. Like if I'm playing a game, I have enough Plague Marines that I could run them and not feel bad. I might be missing some special weapons, but nothing like too major, you know. Yeah, I mean but there's also a little fun. There's oh, camera finally froze. Okay, it's been a bit actually. There we go. Hey, don't worry. I understand it's getting late, so if you need a raid and run, it is all good. Well, there's nothing at night. Take it easy, yo. Take it easy. All right. Not click the digital camera. I clicked my own thing. Yay, we back. Yippee! There we go. Yeah, they're in a weird spot where they're like, you know, they got a lot of stuff. Plague Marine's got a lot of stuff, but like, I can also hide a lot of stuff via like enamels and stuff like that, you know. But yeah, they are fun, and like, you know, the more I do work on, the more special weapons I get, so it's not the worst. I also was like, it's actually kind of weird. It's like I almost got the kill team box at the shop. Not that I really need the beginner box, but like, it's weird. I feel like the place I play at sometimes is like a indie toy store, like a lot of like an indie vintage retro toy store, which is like a nice place, but like because it's one of those, they have some models, but it's just like an assortment of just G-dub stuff I really don't need. It's hard for me just to pick up like a small thing from theirs, because like I do, like if I play games at a place, I like to pick up like something every now and then, you know. It's kind of like oh, thank you for hosting me at this fine establishment. Let me pick up something. So like I almost kind of want to maybe I'll pick that up after a couple of weeks, is because like basically like I've been playing here long enough. Here's my support in the store. I'm gonna pick up this big old fucking like kill team box, not the Hive Storm one, the beginner one that has like the little like MDF terrain and some other stuff. It's got like a fun chest divider thing that I just did not realize. Because that also, you know, have like basically it has like the fun Malignant Plaguecaster variant, and also like one of my local friends did pick up the Arbides kill team, and like on one hand, getting High Storm would be good. High Storm's also like $230 if you get lucky. I did find a copy like locally. I think you can find it on eBay for maybe like 200. I don't know. It's a lot. I don't know if I'm really quite like 200 ready at the moment. Yeah, they are very forgiving. Yeah. Oh, hold on a sec. I just realized. Is this arm glued in all the way? Because like I'm looking at it, I'm like, I see the peg. Oh. Interesting. I might need to. That's gonna be something I'm gonna leave for like a future Hal. Future Hal's gonna deal with that. Yeah, I mean that is kind of the like, you know, the G-Dub's red shirt like hey, wait a minute. Ah, fuck! I just realized I just totally forgot to get the barrel on this. That stereotype is real because they are trying to sell you stuff, and like, yeah, I can see wanting to duck out of that. Yeah. I mean, otherwise, it's like, are the people there any good? Are you like I've only been to Games Workshop stores that are in rinky-dink little malls. I have to imagine in New York City, there's probably like a better store, maybe? I don't know. I always find judging game stores in big cities kind of weird, because sometimes I would assume that there would be a bigger game store, but it's like, yeah, no, it's not super big. Like pubs. Yeah, well, that's always the kind of tricky thing too, where it's like a lot of times like randos just play without any like because like if they just want to like pub stomp and like they don't really have any attachment to the place, they can just go ape shit. But like if you're playing in like a smaller LGS or like or even really just like a friend groups are still the best way to play, like, but like that's also a luxury. Like once again, I'm very lucky that I have like a couple of regular people I play with. But yeah. It's unfortunately though if they're not contained. Also, it's all good, Oni. Have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. You know, it is all good. It is all good. You need to eventually get base too for this guy. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. A lot of them stopped playing games. It was weird because like mine was prior to the pandemic where they would actually run games. So it's kind of like I know that now I think they still kind of run games, but only if you're like my name is Jimmy and I would love to buy a Warhammer, and they just want to do like a demo game just to show you. Like I don't think anyone's like playing real style there. Okay, so there's like bigger one. Oh, that would make sense, yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that is real bad. Yeah, I guess at that point it's either just like, is there a club scene in like New York? Like I know some areas will have just like you would join like a club and there might be like they might rent out a location to play at. Is that a thing there? I don't necessarily know if it's a thing like where I'm at either, though, to be fair. But like I do know that like sometimes that is the way that like people wargame stuff. Or like in like a Discord or whatever. I don't know. I have to imagine space is kind of at a premium there too, to be fair. Membership is closed? Weird. Like is it like, do you think it would be worth just you just kind of like haunting that, just waiting for the memberships to open? I guess technically keeping it at a set size or just like only letting people in every couple of months does kind of like, you know, does kind of like, I guess, help for like, you know, if you are just like maintaining something like that, that probably is beneficial. But yeah, it's annoying for our case for sure. What do for your there we go. Yeah. Hey, yeah, I'm at war. Listen, I understand people are fucking and sucking and drinking all over New York, but when it comes to nerdy dice games, that is very much like a flyover. Like the benefit to being like a flyover state is that you got access to Warhammer, all the wargaming you could ever want. It's like the main upside, really. 2 hours away by coming. Oh yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. It's probably a lot in like New York State proper too. I have to imagine, where it's like if you were to go into like northern New York, which I don't know what that's like. But like I know it's like one of those things that like New York City is huge, but New York State is like very rural a lot. So. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, vetting does make sense because, like, you know, you do want to weed out people who are just, like, pub stomping and shit, so I get it. There we go. No, it's funny. I'll say how you doing, Charlie. I don't think I gave you a proper howdy. I don't blame you. I just find it is really funny, though. Like, it's like, out of context, he's like, what the fuck is Hal talking about? Oh, yeah, okay. Understandable. Understandable, elf man. Have a nice day. Get your fucking blight grenade, yeehaw, motherfucker. Oh yeah, I want to get this fucking big ass gun in the back. Yippee, let's go. But yeah, once again, I continue to be very blessed. The other option too, I guess, unfortunately, I do think travel limits you a lot. Is like, how often are you able to leave the state and how easily? I'm not saying this for like a regular thing. I do know some people that just go to like events around the area and just play war games that way. And that might also, like, but I also realize that like if you don't got like a car or like someone with a car, that might kind of get tricky. Unless you're doing some like incredibly wild training. And I don't mean training like, you know, practicing. I mean like getting on a train, riding the rails. Non-existent. I mean, that's understandable though, fair. Like I live in an area that if you don't drive, you just stay home and explode. But in like a bigger city like that, you don't gotta do that. I do. I would love the idea of just like casually just getting on like a bus or a train and just going where I need to go. Just like nice and peaceful and relaxing. I know that a lot of those rides aren't nice and peaceful and relaxing, but still. The fantasy's fun. The fantasy's fun. Yeah. Yeah, because like there I guess I've just been listening to like the Hive Scum people talk about like renting an RV and just going to different states. I know that's like a whole big ass thing, but like maybe even like a little like a smaller in between thing. But yeah, no, like it is still like precipitate on having a car. Sure, I probably asked you if you had a car before. I'm very sorry if I don't remember. Let's see. Oh, it looks like the hour is upon us. So let me just get that last little bit of chainmail, and let's wrap up for tonight. Yippee! There we go. All right, let's rinse that brush off. Let's go to the chatting screen. Also, let me pause the music so I can hear my own thoughts. There we go. Let's go to the chatting screen. Yeah. So, like, I've mentioned this before, but I definitely know I need to reiterate a lot because this is a pretty sweeping change. Very likely, from this point forward, is that holy shit? Okay, I know who I raid. I know who I want to raid. This will be for later. For going forward, this is going to be basically the standard of what I do. I'm going to do 3 streams a week. Sunday is now in sync with the rest of them. So yeah, Tuesday probably going to be painting Sternguard. Wednesday, Slave Girls from Beyond Infinity. Thursday might be the finale of Ripper. I don't know. Ripper could really go any way, so I might look up. I also don't want to get spoiled too much. I don't know. We'll find out. And Sunday I will be painting something. I don't know when that's gonna be. That's PhD application. Hey, everybody, give Charlie PhD strength. That just sounds like I'm on medicine now. But yeah, everybody on the YouTube side, take it easy and have yourself a good night. Bye, YouTube people. Bye-bye. And for Raid,